Of the interweb. This is Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that would be me. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some might say a bum. Perhaps someone who lives rough, on the streets, or in my case, in a field, in a tent. Okay, that's Delta Mike, down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a city on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south, the Alicante region, technically. A little bit north of the Murcia region, kind of halfway between Alicante itself and Murcia city itself, I would guess, roughly speaking. You are watching TrampCast Hangout. Now, I used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed in depth, maybe a little bit too much in depth, the events of my week, 7 days in the life of a tramp. This is not that. This is a TrampCast Hangout where I just hang out, just chatting with you guys in chat. Chatting in chat. That's where we're at. Thumbs up if you haven't already, folks. You want to make sure you want to have chat, the chat feature within YouTube open. Whether you're here live or whether you're watching this on replay or on demand, you want to have chat open. So live chat here now, or live chat replay, as I think it's called when it's a video on demand. Also, in either instance, you want to click above chat. There's it's either a cog or a burger menu, the 3 dots or 3 lines, and you want to select live chat. All messages are visible. The default option of top chat will hide a certain proportion of messages. So you want live chat, all messages are visible, and then you'll be able to see me telling you to say hello and inviting you to donate with my first message there, the pinned comment. Don't worry about it. The grift is strong with this one. Okay, folks, Sunday night, and here we are. I shall introduce you to my glamorous co-star, if that's okay with you guys. For you that are here early, the guys that come along later, they're going to miss this, aren't they? I will repeat it. I will reintroduce her later, but let's have a look here. Here's my girl. Heb, heb. This way. No, it's okay. It's okay, this way. Talk to the peoples, look. They like to see my glamorous co-star, my co-host. Tina, doggy darling. Hey? Here's Tina. Yeah, she's been having a little bit of a tough time last couple of days. Bad stomach. Let's not go into details. I get the details. I get the clean-up job. But, hey, babe. Yeah. Okay, I'm back. Back to me. David, hello, my friend. David says, evening, Mike and Tina. I'll just try and clean some of the crud from... Well, I'm not sure. Is it on the stand or is it on the... It's still rocking. Still rocking either way. I can't get it to totally stabilize. Okay. A little bit of a mad rush just to get here just now. I had my alarm set for 9:25. I had a glorious nap this evening. Let me explain. Ever since the clocks changed, I've been struggling to get a nap in before the live stream. But today was overcast in the afternoon, late afternoon, kind of 6 o'clock onwards. It clouded over, and that meant that when I drew my curtains here, when I closed the bedroom door, I got actual something approaching darkness. I watched an hour of crappy sci-fi stories on YouTube, which are getting better, to be honest. Soon I'm going to have to stop calling them crappy. The AI sci-fi stories are getting better. There's one channel that's absolutely superb with the... It's not even just the... So when I'm watching these things, often they'll just put a graphic and that just stays there all the way through the hour-long story. And some of them do like a slideshow, go through different pictures which may or may not match the storyline. Some of them just cycle through 3 or 4 pictures, and that's really annoying. Some of them put pictures up and have them rock or have like a starburst effect, which just uses up bandwidth for no fucking reason. A static image doesn't use any extra. On a digital video, a static image uses minimal data. Something moving or starburst effects or lighting, that'll go through data. But there's this one channel where they're all like video clips, AI generated video, but they're in line, roughly speaking, with the story. It's like watching a bloody film, but with a narrator. That's really good. They're getting better, folks, these AI stories. Anyway, where was I? That's not why you called. I had a mad rush. I had my, I slept basically 7 while about 8:30. And it's the first time in weeks that I've been able to manage to get a good nap before the live streams. So I'm feeling great. If you want to go on, like if we want to do 4, 5, 6 hours tonight, I got no. If the audience is here, and if we can keep the conversation going, usually not a problem with me. I seem to be a bit of a motor mouth. If you watch Friday nights, I was an hour behind in chat all the way because of various little rants and things. I haven't watched it back myself. I'm kind of dreading it a little bit. I was a little bit motor mouth at times. I probably gave a bit too much away, said too much about myself, maybe. A little bit too much info. A little bit too honest, maybe, at times. But anyway, that's me. I try to give you guys an honest insight into me, who I am, what I am, my circumstances, and my conditions, my living conditions, and the help that I receive from people. That's been a highlight of this week. We will today we will do a more in-depth take on the week. I have my daily notes. We will go through those at some point. I'll probably break them up into 2 or 3 blocks. So we'll go through like last Sunday, Monday, Tuesday, maybe Wednesday, Thursday as a separate block, and then the Friday, Saturday, Sunday. Maybe something like that. Might do it in 2, might do it in 3. We'll wing it. We're always winging it. But suffice to say, I got a good nap this evening, and I'm feeling great. I'm feeling great from it. I've got the last of this weekend's beers here on the table with me. Just opened the one I'm about to drink. We have the tripod, as ever. Honestly, I haven't found a better way of supporting this lamp. This lamp has to be higher than the phone, otherwise I'm in shadow. And I haven't found a more reliable way yet. So we're on a chopping board with various utensils and things around. But we're on a phone stand on a chopping board. But I have not found a better way of supporting this lantern that lights the show. 3 beers. That's my tripod. If I had something else that wasn't as controversial, because it does cause some people some angst. You're asking for donations and you're spending it all on booze. Yeah, okay. At 30p a can, I think we can afford it between us. Maybe. 30 cents. It's even less than 30p a can. What? Knock off another 10%. It's like 27p a can in English. Don't get your knickers in a twist, folks, over 27p a can. But this is the last of my weekend beer. I had 12 beers coming into the weekend. These are the last 4. The one I'm about to drink and the 3 there. You have to stop me when I get to the bottom of this can in like an hour and a half, 2 hours, whenever it is when I get to the bottom of the first can. You have to stop me crushing it. It has to go under it has to replace one of the full ones when I do the switcheroo. Otherwise that lantern ends up stood on just 2 cans, and then it gets really iffy. It ends up falling over and attacking me. And my mate Fabrizio will be taking the mick and telling me about how this lamp always attacks me. Okay, let me have a quick scroll and see. No, okay, it's just David. How's life where you are, David? South of Torrevieja there. I presume the weather's pretty much the same as we've had here. It's been glorious most of the day, clouded over late afternoon. Fortunately for me, because that's how I got my sleep. Cheers, everyone. Oh man, I am going to enjoy this summer the fact that I've got a free camping fridge freezer in the tent. If you were here at the time, you might know I actually considered getting a proper fridge with with the top ice box. I considered just getting an actual fridge rather than a camping fridge, which you have to load everything from the top and dig around, and it's more efficient. Like when you open it, because cold air sinks, the cold air sits there. Apart from the slight vacuum you create moving the lid up, but it does mean things can get trapped in the bottom. Now, what I'm gonna do tomorrow, I've got a couple of cool boxes. Well, I've got the use of a couple of cool boxes. One of them is mine, brought to me by Karen, who found it next to a bin. That one's slightly less insulated because there's a crack in the lid. And I've currently got my friend Ismail's cool box and some of the those blue kind of water butts, kind of water cubes that you chill. I'm kind of gonna empty the freezer section tomorrow into one of those cool boxes temporarily. I've got bottles of water and I've got those blue freezer blocks, whatever you want to call them. I'm gonna whack the freezer up full for a couple of hours when it's sunny, and I'm gonna move those cool blocks into the cool box, and then I've got more space. At the minute, my fridge freezer's full, and I've got 6 bags of food, some of which actually needs refrigerating. Marie, yeah, I did hear that Chef Jean-Pierre is returning. I just watched Chef James, what's he called? Morrison? Hold on. I just watched Chef Jean-Pierre doing chicken fried rice, and I saw that Chef Jean-Pierre is returning. Chef James is in Spain, isn't he? He's actually American. Well, he's American stroke English. Have I got him here? I must have him here. That's how I just watched his video. Morrison. What's his bloody name? Chef James. Why can I not find him? I just watched it. He must be here because I watched it. He can't be that far back. Yeah. Chef James Makinson, however you want to pronounce it. Pronunciation isn't my strong point. I always like to take the piss with that one, just to wind people up. I did, yeah. I was watching that and heard that Jean-Pierre's returning. I thought he's retiring for good. I thought maybe he had health reasons when he said he was stepping away. What was it? 6 months ago, maybe 9 months ago. But yeah, he is my absolute hero. On your number first. On your number first has to be. Did you hear that Chef Jean-Pierre's returning in July? I know you like him. I don't just like him. I love him. He's my spirit animal when it comes to cooking. He's a lot on the fly, and hey, if you got it, use it. If you haven't got it, then don't use it. You know what I mean? He's very much my style of cooking. If you've watched any of my cookery videos, and I know a couple of them are a bit bad. The last 2 of my cookery videos weren't great because when I'd finished cooking, one was a curry. What was the other? I did a curry on the other one, a chili. But I had to cook the rice in the same pot. I didn't have gas to cook it separately. So and I put too much rice in, so they ended up looking not great. Tasted brilliant, both of them. You got to take my word for that. They were brilliant meals, just didn't look appetizing because I put too much rice in. Cooking the rice in the chili or in the curry, it isn't the most. It's not the best presentation. But I also put too much rice in it in both. I think I got you. I'm not sure. Yeah. I got to scroll. There were other. I think. Hello, Hannah. I missed Hannah there. Uh, Hannah said hello, Mike and Tina. Hello, Hannah. I don't know if you were here early enough to see Tina. I did show her off already. My audience. Where's the audience? I put all the alerts out a good hour ago. Okay, not many people here tonight. There we go. Yeah, I do. Chef Jean-Pierre is brilliant. Just that attitude. If you haven't got it, don't use it. It's not like go out and shop and buy. Go out to the supermarket to buy that one ingredient you don't have. Haven't got it, don't use it. That's very much my ethos, my style of cooking. If you've got a substitute, then go for it. And at the minute, honestly, folks, thanks to, let me see if I can list everyone that brought. So there was the Norwegian guy a couple of weeks ago. I've still got a bag of his stuff. I think he's called Conrad, but I could be wrong. And then this week, my friend Mark made 2 trips bringing food both times on his bicycle in his backpack and what have you. So there's Mark. My mate Tom was leaving the country. He brought me a bag of food. And Josie and Peter brought, I think it's 3 carrier bags. There's a bag of like all of the veg. I kind of glanced in it. It's got the onions, the potatoes, the onions, potatoes, carrots. There's either a cabbage or a cauliflower in there. I've already got a cabbage and a cauliflower from somewhere else this last week. I'm having difficulty remembering who brought what. Mark, my friend Mark. Mark's the guy that draws the pictures on the beach. Mark, he's a Womble. Former British amateur windsurf champion, I think in the 80s. All he got for that was some kind of bottle of spirits, I think it was, he said. Like a bottle of scotch or something. Whoever the sponsor of the event was. That's how lowly being a national champion was at the time. I guess as an amateur, but yeah. Jean-Pierre was going on a long trip to visit his family in France and Italy. He'll be back. Some great new ideas. Oh, that's good. He is great. I'm sure he hams up the language, fluffing the language. Yeah, when he gets the words wrong. I'm sure some of it's played for laughs. But he's a great chef. These guys that do reviews like Chef James Mackinson and like Brian Sow and Frenchie and Vincenzo. These guys that react to other chefs as well as cooking themselves. They are proper chefs, all of them. But no one's ever got a bad word to say about Chef JP. They might criticize technique or something, but nobody's got anything bad to say about the bloke. And he's never made like a proper real mess. I'll keep it polite. I'm trying to keep hold of subscribers because sometimes I say the wrong things in the wrong way and I lose subscribers. So let's try and keep it a little bit more polite than normal. Maybe around the 2-hour mark, I'll let loose a little bit more and relax into it a little bit. You know how I am. So yeah, let me just make sure I haven't missed anybody. Sometimes I scroll back and there are messages there that weren't there before. I am on live chat, all messages, so I'm not missing anybody that way. And there's just me on the grift at the beginning. Okay. So there was, let me just run through them in order. Recap. Okay. We had David. We had Hannah saying hello, Mike and Tina. David said, yes, it's the same at my end. Yeah, I mean, we're not that far apart. The weather's probably not going to be that different. There'll be times when maybe you'll get a shower or something that I don't get here, but we're not going to be that different weather-wise because you're just. I guess I'm at the north end of Torrevieja, just before La Mata, and you're just at the south end of Torrevieja or just beyond. Yeah. There was Marie saying, "Did you see that Chef Jean-Pierre's returning? She knows I like him." And then she says he went on holiday to France and Italy, family holiday. Bring back some great new ideas. Oh, what did I have today? Speaking of Italy, is it called calzone? Imagine a round pizza folded in half. That. I think calzona. I'm not sure exactly. That was from Mark the other day. It's been sat in the fridge for a few days. I had to use it up. Every time I've thought about cooking it, the wind picked up, and I'm cooking on gas, and trying to cook on gas with a strong wind going, it's inefficient. 2/3 of your gas blows away without igniting. The other third doesn't get hot enough to cook anything. So I had that for breakfast this morning, and the intention was I thought it was going to be quite light. So I was going to have that for breakfast, and then I was going to chop up some of the cabbage, cauliflower. I think I've got they're either just red potatoes, but they are elongated. So I think they are, I don't think they're just red potatoes. I think they're sweet potatoes. I think that's what they are. It's been a few years since I've had any of those because most supermarkets haven't got them at my end. Lidl down at the other, it's a couple of kilometers away. Lidl always had them. Always had them. The supermarkets at this end, Aldi and Mercadona, not so much. But I think that's what these are, because of them being elongated. But I was gonna knock up. I've also got 2, if not 3, distinct lots of meat that need using up. Well, I've got 2 or 3 lots of meat. They're in the fridge, so that they're not urgent. But I was going to cook, is basically what I'm saying. I was going to make some kind of Sunday lunch in the slow cooker. It wouldn't have been lunch, it would have been dinner. It would have been later on. But I was so full from eating this calzone thing, this pizza pocket thing. I was so full after it that I wasn't in the mood for cooking and eating. Still full now, really, which is a good thing. Let me just. Did you see that the other day? I thought I'd caught up with chat, and I found out I was still an hour behind. Chat just wasn't updating. I just want to check that I'm not doing that again. Okay, folks, we're coming up, roughly speaking, towards the 25-minute mark. If you will just pardon me a moment. What happens during the first hour is there's basically about 100 people come in and spend 5 or 10 minutes watching and then maybe disappear, not knowing what's happening. So I'll just redo my introduction if you can just bear with me, those of you that have seen it already. You are watching Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your host, your co-host. I've got my Tina Doggy Darling next to me here, who I will reintroduce in a moment. That's Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja, or Down and Out. That's homeless. A tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum. Someone perhaps living rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field. Used to be literally out there in a field. Nowadays, I got a tent above my head, although the tent's falling apart. I've got tarpaulins over the top, ground sheets technically. They're falling apart. I have my next tent all ready to go, but I'm trying to hold off until autumn or winter before I roll that out. See whether I can make this one last another 4 months or so. That's Delta Mike Down and Out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a thriving city on the southeast coast of Spain. Kind of touristy, but not touristy. Holiday homes, for people from elsewhere in Europe. Second homes, mainly. Although some people move out here and live in them. But it's not Ibiza, you know what I mean? It's not nightclubs, and it's not that kind of, it's not Benidorm. Let's put it that way. It's not Benidorm. You land in Alicante and you come 45, 50 minutes south, whereas Benidorm, you land in Alicante and you go 45, 50 minutes kind of northeast, something like that, isn't it? Equidistant, roughly speaking, from Alicante Airport. But that's where we are. It's a great place, folks. If you fancy a holiday in Spain and you're looking for somewhere nice but not overly touristy, Torrevieja is great. This is me doing my tourist information bit. You fucker again. Yeah. Sorry. I said I was going to try to keep it clean. I have had spiders crawling on me every fucking night this week. I blame Fama. Do you remember when that one was there? I think that was that last Sunday? I had that one there, and then I had one up on the roof, on the and the minute that I turned the camera off, it fell down and started crawling about on me. So now I've learnt to not just smack them, because smacking them on a soft surface doesn't work. I don't just throw them away. I grab them and crush the centre body. I haven't got... They're that big, folks. They're that... If you watch that one from last Sunday, it was... I'd not even seen it. Farmer says, when you watch this back, don't look at the spider. And I thought he was talking about the one that I already knew about up here. No, there was a bigger one just there, like that. Peter Lorre would have fucking shit himself at that. The hand. There's a reference for people who like old films. What was the film called? Was it called The Beast with Five Fingers? Or is that just my imagination? Peter Lorre, The Hand. Hold on, let's find out. You come here for an education. I have to give you, it's part of my duty. Peter Lorre, that's Lorre, if I remember correctly. Peter Lorre, The Hand. I'm just going to say, and we'll... The Beast with Five Fingers is the name of the film. There you go. Look at that. It's not a bad memory, is it? For an old tramp in a... Oh, where'd that whistle come from? For an old tramp sat in a tent in a field. 1946 film. The Beast with Five Fingers. Classic horror film. I like Peter Lorre films. Let me think of another one. I'm not really thinking of Casablanca, although he was in Casablanca. The other one, Maltese Falcon. Yeah. Okay. I do like those old black and white films. Okay, is no one talking to me in chat? I post a message at the top saying you must have chat open and come and say hello and come and talk. You're all dropping in and out and no one's talking. That's a little bit frustrating. Come and talk to a tramp. Isn't that one? That's one of the taglines I use when I advertise this bloody thing. You're supposed to come and talk to a tramp. That's the whole point of it. Cheers, whether you talk or not. It's okay. As long as you click like, consider subscribing. Maybe, this is a wild idea, push it out there on your socials. Either now while we're live, or maybe tomorrow for the replay, for the video on demand. Tell everyone, hey, I watched this tramp. He's in a field and there's flies in his bedroom and his dog's snapping at the flies and he snaps at them every now and again. And spiders as big as a man's fucking hand. It's interesting. I just going back to my fridge freezer. I know. There'll be people watching now saying, what kind of tramp is this? Fridge freezer. guys, I've got a fan, I've got a television, I've got an electric blanket, I've got a slow cooker. I was trying out an air fryer. That was too demanding for my little EcoFlow River 2, and I've got a River 3 as well. The air fryer was a little bit too demanding. Unfortunately. What's really annoying is like 2 weeks after I bought the second EcoFlow River, I was offered a Bluetti something or other, 4 times more powerful. Would have run an air fryer, would have run a microwave, would have run an electric kettle or a fucking washing machine. Sometimes you commit too early. I'm not saying that a washing machine in a tent would be a good idea. I just don't have the water. I don't have the water supply for that. Maybe a twin tub, if you could pour the water in yourself and restrict the amount. Maybe. Just once a year or something, just to get stuff properly washed. My clothes at the minute are all that they basically need throwing away. I've been wearing this same t-shirt now. It's got to be 6 months. It's been rinsed about, well, I would guess 6 times in that 6 months. Just gets rinsed out. I sleep fully clothed because I might have to take care of something in the middle of the night. Like the infamous 2-hour stand-up knockdown fist fight. Shit happens sometimes, folks, when you live in a field. Or you might have to run out in the middle of the night because your dogs have got bad guts, and not being outside at that point could be tricky, let's say. And let's just say that this weekend has been a little bit tricky. So I've got, for anyone who doesn't know, my dog's disabled and it seems to be degenerative. It's progressing. Her back legs don't work, so I've been carrying, when we walk, I've been carrying her with a belt around her waist, and then she walks. And the front legs are starting to go, but also her double incontinence, let's call it, for short, without using... Yeah, keep it clean. Well, we've got some puppy pads, which I put on the bed, and then at night when she gets into the bed, I put them in the bed. I put brand new I try and make these puppy pads last forever, so if she wheezes or whatever, I put them outside and dry them, and then we'll reuse them later. I put 2 brand new pads out yesterday, and she just shat all over them with the worst diarrhea you've ever fucking seen. I ended up just having to fold them up and pack them up, and brand new pads away to the bin. Hey Tina, you got a bad ass? Yeah. So bad that today I didn't feed her. I figure we'll let whatever's in there work its way out, and I'll feed her tomorrow. I don't, there's a saying, yeah, about what is it? Is it like feed a fever, starve a cold, or maybe the other way around, whatever that is. I'm inventing my own one for a doggy with diarrhea. Just starve it. Just, if you don't put anything in, then there's less chance of something nasty coming out. What can you do? What can you say? Awkward. But she did restrict it. It was all on the pads, at least. That hasn't always been the case in the past. I'm giving too much away. This is my girl, and I don't want to embarrass her. I shouldn't be talking about her in this way. Hey, girl. Hey, babe. That's a nice cuddle. Thank you. Let's move on. Still nobody talking to me. Really? Come on, guys. You got to give me something to talk about here. We're 35 minutes in, and we've only had about 5 messages. Struggling. So events of the week. I talked about them in kind of abstraction. I talked about them as highlights on Friday night. We are going to go through them a little more in depth at some point tonight. I thought we'd wait well later for that. I thought we'd have a little bit more chat. The weather here, let's just discuss that. It's getting warmer through the days, but the last couple of nights have actually been a little bit cool. Back down around 13 and 14 degrees, which is kind of winter type temperatures. I'm waiting for the first of the so-called tropical nights, where it stays above 20 degrees all night. The weather forecast says we haven't got any of that happening just yet. But what we do have is it getting warmer through the day. Let me bring up daytime temperatures. So this week's getting warmer. Today was 22 degrees Celsius. Let me translate for anyone using proper real imperial measurements, the British Empire measurements. 22, double it, 44. Subtract 10%, that would be 40. Add 32, that would be 72. 22 is 72. So today was 72 degrees Fahrenheit, 22 Celsius, or centigrade if you prefer. But tonight's going to be 15. Last night was 14. Actually, I think it dipped to 13. But this week, though, 15, 15, 15. Then we're going to jump up to 17 the back end of the week. And the daytime temperatures are going to be 28 and 27 the back end of the week. So we're getting a lot warmer. So if today was 22, Tuesday is going to be 28. I am tomorrow, as well as sorting out, I was saying before about an extra cool box, using my freezer to chill these ice pack type things down and bottles of water down to run a second cool box. As well as doing that, I'm going to dig out my fan out of the bedroom, the storeroom at the far end of the tent, and I got some repairs to do on it. It has two pieces of metal that interlink that form the cross, and then the pole, the upright fan. It's a big upright fan. The pole slots onto this X, onto this cross at the bottom, but it's all fallen apart. Not sure if I can make like duct tape that together. The brackets and screws all disappeared when it all fell apart. Screws shot off, and I don't even know if I've got the little metal bracket that supposedly holds it all together. But I think I can do it with duct tape or something like that. Make the fan stand up. The fan doesn't have to stand up perfectly. It can lean against the chair, and that will blow air. So when we've got the two doors open, there's a cross draft through the tent, and then that doesn't touch the bedroom here, and I'll be laying low on the bed, trying to stay in the coolest part of the tent, but it still gets warm in here, and the fan will stir the air around and blow some of that cooler air in and carry some of this hotter air out. So that's going up tomorrow. So cool box, fan. What else needs doing? I've still got lots of tidying up and reorganizing. Everything in that far bedroom that's on the floor, the bottom couple of items. There's lots of piles of like bedding, clothing, whatever. It's all wet. The far end of the tent got wet in that last rain. I need to take that all out bit by bit, dry it off. I've got a big pallet out there, like a double width pallet that I'm going to bring in, and then I've got some planks of wood out here as well for the rest of the ground, and I want to lift everything an inch or two off the ground so that if we have a water inundation again, inundation's too strong a word, I mean that's more of a flood, but ingress, if we have water ingress, I want to have everything up and off the surface, off the floor. And maybe I can turn things over so that the stuff that was on the bottom is on the top. Maybe I can prioritize things. The stuff that really needs to be kept dry, put it into plastic bags and get it up and off. The problem with plastic bags is as you move things around, they tend to snag and get caught. You get little holes. Then if they're sat in water, everything inside the bag ends up wet. Osmosis or whatever, drawing the water in. But if they're on pallets or wooden beams up and off the ground, just for the next 3 or 4 months, and then when we put the new tent up, I can definitely have a proper surface, a proper floor put in for stored items to be up and off the floor. Also, if I take everything out, it's a chance to sort through, because I don't know if I've mentioned, I have a bit of a, if I say hoarder mentality, you're going to get the wrong idea. You're going to think like mental illness hoarder. This is more prepper, just in case, keep hold of things. If you've ever lived on the edge, you find like you sort through things and you throw stuff away, and like within a week, I could have just done with that thing that I threw away. There's nothing worse. So I have a tendency to hold on to stuff a little too long. So I have probably, for a guy who's homeless and living in a tent, I probably do have a little bit too much. Those 10 blankets and 2 quilts that are through there, that's probably a little bit too much. Those 8 jackets, it's probably a little bit too much, maybe, do you think? The problem is some people don't ask. They will bring a bin bag of clothing or bedding and just dump it here. They just leave it outside sometimes and don't even tell me it's there. Also, if someone does ask, I've learnt not to say no, because I've offended a few people in the past accidentally. A guy brought me like this bright pink children's quilt, children's bedding. Bright pink. I'm like, thank you, but I've got plenty already. That tends to offend people. Someone who might have brought me something else or helped me in another way later on goes away thinking, my thing's not even good enough for a tramp. Fuck that guy. And whatever you might have got downstream from that, you never get, because you've offended them. That's a tricky one. How do you handle that? Do you accept it and then just take it up to the bin a day or 2 later? Or do you just accept it and hoard it for a little while? I haven't worked out the answer to some of these questions yet, folks. But what I don't want to do is offend people that might be in a position to help me later by kind of telling them to fuck off now. That's no good. That's not where I want to be. Don't know. Oh, I've just remembered. I said before I had 2 lots of meat. I've got 3, because sausages. My mate Ismo brought me. He's really proud of his Finland sausages. They are very good. Tommy Tombstone, hello, my friend. Getting warmer days here, but cold spells every now and then. The night temp dips below. Yeah, but I mean, you're in Norway. Isn't it always cold? Even when it's warm, it's cold, no? Actually, no, I know that's not true, because like my friends from Sweden seem to have amazingly warm summers, but only very short, very brief, maybe only a month or so. And your equivalent, if that's latitude or longitude, whatever that is. Been raining all day in the UK again, says David. Probably. I mean, it's the UK. That wouldn't surprise anybody. Send those quilts to a doggy rescue place. Yeah, I would. If I mean, if they'll come and pick them up, yeah, it's just that I'm not mobile, and obviously Tina's not. Well, Tina's not mobile, hence I'm not mobile. But yeah, if someone else wanted to come and get them, I've wondered this about when this is eventually over, and you know, once I'm going back to the real world, whenever, however that may be, or however that may happen, what do I do with everything in this tent? I got to invite some kind of charity shop, or someone to come and get. There's like a chest of drawers here. There's a big kind of Queen Anne style old lady chair. Bags of bedding and clothing. Yes, they would pick them up, I'm sure, if they could navigate this road without knackering the oil pan on the bottom of their car. This road is getting bad, folks. This road is getting bad. Whoa! Oh, okay, it's only a moth. Fuck. I thought it was a big spider when it ran past me. It's a moth. That's a slight overreaction on my part. Peripheral vision, folks. In my mind, I'm pre-programmed for spiders as big as a man's fist, or as big as a man's hand. Like we were talking about before, Peter Lorre and the Beast with 5 fingers. I'm pre-programmed for that because most nights I've had 2 of them over me. It's been the odd night this week where I've only had 1 of them run over me. I had one yesterday. I had my hand on, like, down on top of the covers, kind of near Tina, and I thought it was her whiskers kind of brushing against the back of my hand, and I thought, oh, Tina, and then I looked and it wasn't Tina. I'm getting sick of. They're that big. The one last Sunday when Farmer's like, leave him alone, leave him alone. And then as soon as I hung up, within 10 seconds, it just dropped on me. I heard the plop. It didn't it didn't come down on its gossamer fiber, on its web. It didn't do that. It just dropped. I heard it and I'm looking, and then there the fucker is. I don't like them. I don't like it. No likey. No likey. Where did that come from? No likey. I don't know. Something I used to watch on TV once upon a time. You're living in their space. Not really. This is the first year they've been here. The first year I moved here, it was all snails and slugs. Or the first 3 or 4 months. And then the field flooded. And then we had a drought. And for 2 years, I never saw a snail or a slug. Empty snail shells where the birds have eaten the snails and left the shell. I didn't see a slug, didn't see a snail. Now there was a slug the other side of the bedroom door. It wasn't last night, it was this morning. I could just see this shadow. The sun's coming in and there was just this line the other side of the bedroom door. No, we've just gone 2-3 years without any snails or slugs. And now they're everywhere. The garden out there, the field is there are 4-foot high flowers. Flowers 4-foot high. Bushes that have come from nowhere. I've got a tree outside my door here that was, I promise you, it was like a dandelion when I moved here. It was something and nothing. It was a little twiglet on the ground, and 4 years later, it's a fuck off tree, casting a shadow on my solar panels in the evening when I'm trying to chase the sun and get the last bit of power. Meanwhile, the main trees, the proper trees, have all fallen over because their roots can't go deep enough because of the rock, because we're on a cliff top. It's I hesitate to say solid rock because of the way that the road breaks up, the way that it all weathers and the different stones come out. But it is pretty much solid rock when you haven't got that weathering from the river, from the rain going through, and from the cars going over. This field doesn't break up quite the same way. So you've got these trees that have just fallen over because their roots are insufficient. Yeah, well, so am I living in the spider space? I'd say not because, I mean, yeah, I'm out in nature, yeah, I get that. But I've been here, in August I'll have been homeless 4 years. So what's that, about 3 months away? Um, I've been in this field since the October of that year, so 3.5 years plus. And we've never had spiders like this. Never. In all the time I've had tents here, I've never had snails and slugs on the inside like this. When I lived outside, slugs were a problem for the first 3 or 4 months. I've told the tale of how I had a plastic glass that had a rim, a lip around the top, and I took a drink and there was a baby slug on the underside of the lip. Not great. Not my favourite memory. I guess it's a good tale to tell the grandkids, you know, in 40 years' time. Not that I've got kids, so there aren't going to be any grandkids, but, you know, metaphorically speaking. Something to tell my great nephews and great nieces in years to come, maybe. Man, it's a good job you can't see you can't see the 18-inch edge of this bed. Empty yogurt pots that I'm going to clean out and use for storage. I've got biscuits, I've got bread. I've got the old glass that I don't use anymore. I've got dog treats, biscuits, cheese, chopping board, newspapers, big bag of salt, big tub of margarine, mustard, a big plate, and then the EcoFlow and the tablet. Like I said, I'm not going to show you. Happy to tell you about it. Grass myself up. I'm just not going to show you it. What I still haven't done, because I'm still in long pants and we're almost into fucking June. I have to tomorrow. This is job number 3 for tomorrow. I said about what were the other 2 jobs? Initiating a new cool box. Getting the fan out, setting up the fan. I have to dig into my clothing box here, which, let me show you this. I'll show you this. I don't want to show you other stuff, but I'll show you this. Do I need the flash? I might not even need the flash. You see that chopping board there with all that stuff on? I have to lift that off. Then you see under it, you see all these other things under it. And then I have to get in that lid there, into that box, to my clothes, to investigate whether I even own a pair of shorts that I can wear this year. I should have some shorts with like cargo pants, you know, with all the pockets. I need pockets. I have so much stuff in my pockets at any moment. Doggy poo bags, the microfiber for the glasses, 2 lighters because one's never enough. I'm running low on lighters, actually. That's something I need to look at, lighters, for the gas and what have you. There's usually some form of cash or something in there as well, coins, notes going back pockets. Left pocket has other stuff. What's in the left pocket? I can't even remember. Oh, I have a comb as well to do my hair. Oh, left pocket is batteries and 12-volt adapter. One of them. Plug it into your cigarette lighter to charge phones and things. Never know when you're going to need some extra USB socket, USB ports. Oh, that's just the two. That's just the two front pockets. You can get resident paperwork in the town centre. No, not if you have a criminal record, which the police have ensured that I have. You need a 1-2. Hello, hello. A gorilla blowing smoke out its ass or farting. I'm not quite getting the reference. But thank you for that anyway, I guess. Let me... Oh no, I can't get any further info. Okay. Doesn't seem like a very friendly opening statement, if I'm honest. But I'll give you enough rope to hang yourself, if you would care to clarify. Keith, Son of Nature, hello, my friend. I think that was your first message of the evening. I'll have a quick scroll back in case I've missed anybody. I think that's everybody. Tommy Tombstone, hello, hello. I think I said hello when you arrived. How are you guys in the UK, Keith? How's it where you are? How's the weather been this week in general? Are you seeing proper signs of summer arriving? Illegals are grabbing theirs. Yeah, if you're illegal in the country, but you haven't got a criminal record, Pedro Sanchez, the Prime Minister, or President of the Board of Government, or whatever the technical term is. We translate it as Prime Minister, but that's not the technical term. He's President of the Council of Government. He's 500,000. He's allowing 500,000 people to normalise their status, provided they don't have a criminal record. Of course, the police came here, bullied me about a bit, bashed me about a bit, and made sure I had a criminal record, didn't they? Making it more difficult. Now, our friend Roger, who's often in chat here, he's got a lawyer looking into his status. He I gotta be careful what I say, but yeah, bloody cold in the UK and it's raining, says Hannah. I'm sorry to hear that. Where are you, Hannah? Remind me. I'm sure I've asked in the past, but bloody cold in the UK and it's raining. Yeah, someone else said it was raining. I think it was David said it was raining in the UK. Yeah. So you're not getting that sense of late spring into summer. You're not, because we're just entering. Are we just entering the second half of spring? Let me think. March 21st would be the beginning of spring, wouldn't it? January, December, January, February, March 21st. Technically, first day of spring, March 21st. April, May. Yeah, we're into the second half of spring. We're about 4 weeks away. June 21st, which is a month away, will be the first day of summer. Hold on. Solstice. We've had the equinox already, haven't we? That was March 21st. The solstice will be June 21st. From then on, folks, get this. You're not going to like this. We are 4 weeks away from the nights starting to draw in. Sorry. Okay. We're 4 weeks. In 4 weeks' time, the nights start getting longer and the days start getting shorter. Isn't that frightening? It hasn't got warm yet. And the days are going to start getting shorter and the nights are going to start getting longer. I fucking hate these. It's so depressing. People think that the days get longer in summer, and they absolutely do not. June 21st, the first day of summer, the nights start drawing in. That's depressing. That gets me every time. Man, that gets me. Use a different name. What for applying for Spanish residency? I'm not sure what the score is. You see, this was definitely aimed at a different demographic. The regularizing your status in Spain, Pedro Sanchez's plan. It certainly wasn't aimed at white Western Europeans. That's not who it was drafted for. It's interesting. It's interesting that DJ Son Roger can think about applying for it. I'm not sure how well that'll work. I really shouldn't be talking about other people's situations, but I hope he doesn't mind. But yeah, you're all family to me. You see, we should be able to talk about each other to each other, shouldn't we? As long as we don't go too in depth and go too negative. But I haven't got any kind of lawyeriness backing me up, and B, from what I've read, the fact that they've created a criminal record for me discounts me, disqualifies me from the process. I would still love to challenge the criminal record they gave me in the way that they gave it me. Arresting me for not having ID, which is like a public order offence, but they did it on private land. And when I told my lawyer that, she said, "That's not what they said. They said you're camping illegally." That's not what they said. Type that into YouTube. That's not what they said. Equinoxes. The equinoxes have been and gone, my friend, haven't they? Yeah, oh God, is it September? October. Hold on. Oh, I have to work backwards. I think September 21st and March 21st. We can argue about whether it's 21st or 23rd. Spain seems to go with 23rd for most of these things. There are two different. Hold on, we did this last time around. There's equinox and equilux, and they're slightly different because of the orbit of the Earth. Equal light and equal night have technically, they should be the same thing, shouldn't they? You would have thought, but apparently not. I'd never heard of equilux until this year, but now I've heard of it, and there you go. Equilux and equinox are not the same, even though equi means equal. I don't quite get it. It'll be to do with the 4 minutes difference because of the Earth's rotation, and a day isn't 24 hours, it's 24 hours and 4 minutes. But that's why exactly 6 months later, so one side of the planet is facing away from the sun in one direction, and 6 months later, exactly, it's not facing the sun, it's still facing away. This is a rotation. Don't fully, the astral mechanics, I don't know. Astral, that's not the right word. Sounds like it's the right word. Don't know. What part of the UK are you from? I'm from Yorkshire originally, and then Morecambe and Lancaster my adult life. We hopped the Pennines when I was 15-ish. I was in the first 3 months of the 4th year at school. Yeah, it would have been like we moved like a couple of weeks before my birthday, I guess, in November. Oh, we probably moved in the October. September, October. We probably moved in the October. So yeah, I would have been. Would I have been 15 actual or just about to become 15? I don't know how old you are in the fourth year. I'm not sure. It's a long time ago. See the white beard? You're asking me questions about almost 40. I'm going to say 45 years ago, almost. Yeah. But Barnsley, South Yorkshire originally. Solstice, yeah, that's what we've got coming up in 4 weeks. June 20. We can argue June 21st or June 23rd. Let's ask Google. See, midsummer, when the Norwegians, Tommy Tombstone, you still there? What date you do midsummer? Probably 23rd, because Norway. Now, they make a big deal. Now, Shakespeare made a big deal of midsummer. I don't know if Britain did at the time, or whether it was just Shakespeare, but the rest of Europe, a lot of places in Europe, particularly northern, make a big deal of midsummer. Big party. It's like Christmas, but not. If I type midsummer, that's not how you spell it. I went wrong on the third letter. Midsummer, not Night's Dream, no, Midsummer 2026. June 24th. Is Midsummer 21 or 24th of June, it says here. And then it says 24th. Annually on the 24th, and is one of the 4 quarter days in the UK legal calendar. The other quarter days are Lady Day, 25th of March, Michaelmas, 29th of September, and Christmas Day, 25th December, obviously. Why does that differ from solstice? What is the difference between Midsummer's Day and summer solstice, says Google. Hold on. Though it might seem that middle of summer would naturally fall on the longest day of the year, the summer solstice and midsummer's days are distinct events, normally a few days apart, between the 20th and 24th, so it's a movable feast, like Easter. The difference is thought to stem from variations in the Julian and Gregorian calendars. Okay. It's an artifact of changing calendars. Some Anglo-Saxon calendars place midsummer on the 24th of June, while others place it on the 20th. St. John's Day on the 24th of June. I've never heard of St. John's Day. Do I even know who St. John is? He's the guy with the ambulances. Is he Matthew, Mark, Luke, and? That'll be him, won't it? That'll be St. John. It was called Midsummeres, Maisdag, or Midsummeres. Midsummeres. Mesa? Mass Day, okay. Is the summer hold on, is June the 21st always the first day of summer? The summer solstice occurs during the hemisphere's summer. In the northern hemisphere, this is June 20th or 21st. Again, it'll depend on the tilt and the rotation and the axis and all that other crap. December 21st or 22nd for the winter one. Okay. You've got the not astrological. That's not the right word at all, is it? You got the astronomy one. Yeah. So Midsummer's Day then is 3 days after the first day of summer. Perversely enough, 2 or 3 days after the first day. That's interesting, isn't it? I think so anyway. Maybe you don't. Maybe I'm boring you. But astrophysicists, astronomers, will tell you that the first day of summer is the 21st or 22nd of June. And other people want to have Midsummer's Day on the 24th. That's probably about right for Britain, yeah? That would make summer but like 5 days. I mean, I think we're stretching it a bit there, folks. Wasn't summer a Wednesday last year? Midsummer's Day. What new name would you like for fresh resident status? What new name? Oh, Peregrine Farquhar Woolstenholme. I think that's a glorious name. I would have to be a peregrine. Farquharson or just Farquhar? And then a bit of Woolstenholme on the end, just for a bit of double-barreledness. I can see myself as a peregrine. Maybe. Try explaining the spelling of any of that to Spanish people. I'm not even sure I could spell it myself. The Woolstenholme. How many L's are we putting in there? Is it 2? Wolstenholme. Woolstenholme. Farquharson. F-A-Q-U-A-R. Farquharson. S-O-N. I feel like I've missed a H in there somewhere. F-A-H-Q-U-A-R-S-O-N. I don't even know how to spell it. Cheers, folks. You can call me Perry for short. Just going to scroll back a bit, make sure I haven't missed anybody. Hannah's in Surrey. Illegals and grabbing theirs. The you need a 1-2 still has me baffled, and I'm not sure where I'm going with that. David, it's been raining all day in the UK again. Yeah. Do you get back often, David? Do you travel back much? Presumably you've got family and stuff back there. I guess I'm the exception. I'm the one that doesn't. Since moving to Torrevieja, even before my troubles, I didn't go back at all. Didn't go back. Whenever I rented an apartment or a house, I had extra bedrooms so that family could come and visit me, which they did surprisingly infrequently, so I kind of stopped bothering. I was paying hundreds a month extra for a bedroom that no one was using. That not entirely no one using, but they only used infrequently. People, you offer someone basically a free holiday apart from their flights, and the flights could be like 50 quid return. But oh, I've got work, I've got this, I've got that. You start to think they just don't like you. Maybe. Okay, folks, we are an hour and a quarter in. I will, just in case anybody is here who's just dropping in, I will just give my intro again. I should do it like 3 or 4 times in the first hour, really, because that's where we get the most people dropping in and out. You are watching Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Delta Mike, that's me, your host, along with my Tina doggy darling, who's just asleep behind my legs here. I am laid down on the bed. Tina is just behind me. That's Delta Mike. Down and out in Torrevieja. Down and out. Homeless, a tramp, a hobo, a vagrant, an indigent person, a person of no fixed abode. Some would say a bum, although I personally prefer not. Someone perhaps living rough on the streets, or in my case, in a field, in a tent in a field. If you can see the fabric moving. Last Sunday we had a spider right there, just for added effect. That's Delta Mike down and out in Torrevieja. Torrevieja is a fairly popular seaside town on the southeast coast of Spain, on the Costa Blanca south, about 50 minutes south of Alicante Airport, about 50 minutes north of Murcia City, kind of equidistant between the two. Popular for holiday homes, second homes. It's not a nightclubby kind of tourist town. It's a quiet, thriving, touristy in summer especially, but not really night. I mean, there are a couple of nightclubs. There's a couple of by the port. There's quite a big port or harbour down there. There are a couple of others further back into away from the coast, a kilometre or two, but it's not Ibiza. It's not Benidorm. Lots of bars in the centre of town. Well, lots of bars everywhere. The corner of every block in town will be a bar. Although some are closing down, so I'm told now. I haven't really been into the centre of town for a couple of years. My dog is disabled. I don't get around a lot. We did get a doggy wheelchair to help with mobility. Her back legs don't work, but we're now at the point where her front legs are starting to go as well. That's a little bit difficult. I don't want her falling over with a frame around her and with gubbings, with mechanisms. I do actually have a set of front legs and wheels for it, but it's the tiny wheels, and we're in a field with a rough track next. The little wheels wouldn't work for us. So you are watching. So that's the channel. You're watching TrampCast Hangout. I used to do a program called TrampCast where I detailed the events in my life. Indeed, detailed them actually in detail, day by day, hour by hour, what happened each hour through the week. That's fallen out of favor with me. I don't do that so much anymore. This is just me and you hanging out. You want to be in chat. You want to bring up chat. Once you're in chat, you want to switch the settings to enable, let me get the wording, live chat. All messages are visible. By default, you'll be in top chat. Some messages may not be visible. Some messages get hidden by default. So ideally, you want to be in live chat. All messages are visible. We just hang out. I answer your questions. We talk, we chat. Whatever comes to mind, I'll talk about. I'm happy to discuss events in the week, and we're going to do that soon. I'm going to break it into two halves. But we'll go through kind of Sunday to Wednesday and Thursday to today, something like that. We might do it in two parts. We might do it in three. Depends how much waffling I can do around the topic. But I'm also happy to just talk. You can ask questions about me being homeless, about me being a tramp. We can chat about all sorts. I'm happy to talk about physics, quantum mechanics, mathematics and statistics, a little bit of politics every now and again, but I don't want to get too in depth and too deep in the grass, too lost in the woods with that one. It's quite a divisive topic, and I do lose subscribers sometimes. It has taken me literally 3 months to get from 1690 subscribers to 1700. I think more. It could be 6 months. I haven't checked back. But we did just recently go through 1700. We got to about 1704, and I think I then lost 2 because, partly the vagaries of YouTube and them unsubscribing people and deleting bot accounts and things, and partly me just not being able to keep my mouth shut in the right way. So David, I asked David if he goes back to the UK. He says he doesn't go back at all. Okay, fair enough. What's your holiday destination of choice if given the chance? Oh, God. I don't really have one. As a kid, I loved Bridlington and Cleethorpes, Scarborough, Filey, all of those places. Whitby, did I say? I don't think I said Whitby already. So all of those places up on the east coast. Bridlington and Flamborough Head, I have really fond memories of because my mum and dad would pack a Ford Escort van. They'd stick a mattress in the back of the Ford Escort van with some supplies, a water butt kind of thing. You know, one of those big plastic bottles with a water spout on the bottom. A camping stove or something, and then we'd just go. Now this is two adults and then two kids. We'd be 7 and 5, me and my sister. There or there, a little bit younger actually, because then my kid brother would have been around, and I think that's when we stopped. I don't think we could do all 5 of us with a baby. Then we had a caravan in Cleethorpes, a static caravan for 4 or 5 years. Something like that. Might be a little bit more. We were there when Elvis died, so that's 77, and we were there until 82. Get the fucking shit. So probably maybe 6 or 7 years. I'm not quite sure of the. 82 would have been a hard finish, but when we first went there or when we got the caravan, I'm not quite sure. Fond memories though, card games and woodpecker cider. Like I said, how old would I be? 10, 9, 8, anywhere around there. I remember playing Phoenix and Galaxian in the camp shop. The shop was called Ken Wood, which I remember because obviously the electronics manufacturer, it wasn't him, but that's what the shop was called. Ken Wood's shop. Go over the road sometimes from our caravan site over the road and around the corner to another big, like a almost like a Butlins, but no, it's called Beachcombers. Beachcomb. Yeah. They had a heated pool and slot machine arcades and all that good stuff. And the around the pool, the disco music was playing. The disco was big at the time, but also Matey Girl was big at the time. Xanadu, Olivia Newton-John. I guess we were just post Grease, weren't we? All of that. Yeah. It was those kind of years, 75, 76, 77, 78, I don't know. Whenever that was. So I have fond memories of those. Whether I would pick that as like an ideal holiday destination now as an adult, I don't know. I guess having been trapped in a field for 3.5 years, anywhere, just to get away. I literally don't get out of this field. I cross the road to the Chino Bazaar. Very occasionally, I'll go 10 minutes away to the Aldi. Even more rare, I'll go 15 minutes away to the Mercadona. But I think I've been to Mercadona once in the last 2 years. The Aldi I went to twice last year, and both were in the run up to Christmas. I went the whole year without going shopping. Proper, supermarket shopping. I'm kind of fortunate that I have the support of people like you guys. I've got literally, I'm doing stepping stones out here now. When I want to go up the other side, so First question, why do I want to go to the other side of the tent? My fridge freezer's there, so if I want a cold drink, and I've not got them out already as I have here. See, out here, look, these are going warm. My tripod is 3 cans of beer, and those are going warm. Oh. But when I want to go to my fridge freezer, I have to go to the other side. But also the little boys' rooms over there. I've got this big tin can, and then I've got a 2-litre pop bottle with the top cut off. That's the gentleman's urinal. And it's in the storeroom at the other side of the tent. But to get to the other side of the tent, I've got to step. At the minute, I've got 6, maybe 7 shopping bags of food. The fridge is, this is why I said the fridge is full, and I need to fill a total other cool box. I'm gonna chill some bottles of water and some of these cold packs, ice pack things. I'm gonna have to run the fridge freezer on full blast to keep the stuff that's in the freezer cold, and to make these ice packs to keep the other cool box cold, or cool at least. But to get there, I'm stepping over. I've had so many donations of food this week. Like I said, we had the Norwegian guy a couple of weeks ago. I've still got some of his stuff. Then we had Mark brought 2 bags, probably more, but 2 bags and then some loose stuff. And then there was Mark. Tom was leaving the country. He brought a bag of stuff. And then Josie and Peter left the country, and they brought, I think, 3 bags. I don't even remember. I've got stuff out there and I can't remember who brought what. I've got a bag of like salad things. Then I've got a bag of proper vegetables like cauliflower and cabbage and stuff. I think I've got 2 cauliflowers. Gonna have to get a move on and get through that. Oh, Josie and Peter also brought, this is annoying, not them. They brought a sack of dog food. So I bought some dog food a couple of weeks. Well, Karen, I still owe. Karen just arrived. Hello, Karen. Karen got me some dog food. I still owe her for the money. I owe her the money for that. Right, I just got a sack of dog food, and then Josie and Peter turned up with this sack of dog food. I didn't have room for it inside the tent. I was going to leave it outside. And the second night it was out, a rat started gnawing at it at the bottom corner. So I've had to bring the bugger in, even though I'm going to have to shuffle things around and move stuff around. But I've had to bring that in, and now I've put 2 of my mouse traps out there. They're a little bit gunked up, though. They don't trigger as easily as they should. Tomorrow I'm going to wash those. There's another job for tomorrow, yeah? I'm going to remove the little bait pots. They've got these little pots for the bait inside. I'm going to remove those, and I'm going to wash it's gunked up with previous bait and just with dust and with crap. So those need washing to make them. They are evil. These ones. If you've seen them with the teeth like that, if you've seen the plastic ones like that on Temu, they're fantastic. Buy some. They're only a euro and a half, something like that. If you're a prepper, you want them, because come the apocalypse, come the zombie apocalypse, you can be able to catch pigeons and things with these things. Stay legal. You only want to do this when we're in a world without the rule of law, as the phrase goes in prepper circles. It's probably certain pigeons it's legal to catch, and certain ones it's not. In some countries, you got to check the laws where you are. I think wood pigeons you can get, and the ones with the blue, the ones with the blue and green, with the dark blue head and the green fluorescent, those you can't get. But wood pigeons, I think you can. Check the laws where you are, but I'm talking about if ever there's the apocalypse. There'll be a good way of catching food. Totally hot orange. Don't know what that means. What's your holiday? Totally hot on. Fair to say you live in the stores now, not tent, lol. Yeah, okay, yeah. I'm okay. I'm in the. Yeah. So I've got my big storage end at the other end with all the blankets, clothes, and all the other stuff. Then out here I've got 6 or 7 bags of food and a full fridge freezer, camping fridge freezer. I gotta get through this food as quick as I can. I think I've got some cubed beef. I've got some minced beef. Ismail brought the sausages, the Finland sausages, which are they're something like 85% meat, which is pretty good for a sausage. And there's others. There's ham on and boiled ham and all the other. I've got cheeses. I've got more butter and margarine than I know what to do with. That's a little bit awkward. I'm gonna have to get my French cooking on and start throwing in the butter like the guys at Fallow and like Chef Jean-Pierre. You got to just butter, 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 or take the butter and clarify it, boil it up, well, melt it, separate it from the milk solids, and keep the clarified butter because that's shelf stable. That won't go off. It doesn't need keeping in the fridge or anything. That's an idea. Otherwise, I had some margarine in the fridge, and it was in there so long it kind of turned to cheese. You know when you spread the margarine on your bread, and it's got that cheesy kind of taste. Sign of Nature. Keith is saying hello to Karen, I believe. Mad Max World. There are certain indicators, folks. There are certain indicators that the world might not be going in the right direction. Now, we've come through periods like the Cuban Missile Crisis and stuff in the 60s. We've come through periods where we were on a knife edge. But we were on a knife edge from one thing. At the minute, there are pointers and indicators about multiple things at once. You got the whole Iran Straits of Hormuz thing, plus other terrorism things that terror cells maybe from Iranian or Muslim groups that might be anywhere in the world because borders have been down. You got those things going on. You got this super El Nino thing going on, which could cause droughts in some places and floods in others, mudslides in certain parts of the world. Lots of potential negatives from that, which feed in. If you pair ruined crops from overwatering or underwatering, from too little rain or too much rain in parts of the world, and if you pair that with no fertilizer coming through because that's a petroleum product and petroleum's not traveling at the minute or not traveling well, there are potential flare-ups and flashpoints. Plus the Don every now and again talks about dropping nukes. People who think that you can just drop a nuclear weapon on some country just as a tactical thing and that no one's going to retaliate. Andy, hello Andy. Andy's Computer Tube, hello mate. Mad Max World. I didn't know clarified butter doesn't need refrigerating, evening all. It's shelf stable. I'm not sure about like in Spanish temperatures. Certainly in the UK, you could just leave that in a pantry or on a countertop. Yeah. I think I've got like 4 full. I've got 4 full sticks and 1 that's open. It's taking up half of my fridge. Pair that with a couple of packs of I say margarine. They never use the word margarine anymore, do they? I think legally it's not margarine. It is there a word? It's like a fat spread or something, isn't it? They don't use margarine as a term. We all colloquially call it margarine. It just isn't. Although here in Spanish, margarina para untar baja en grasa. What's that one? 59. Margarine for, I don't know, untart. Below in fat 59%. Baja, below. Untar. That's a verb. To unt. I don't know what unt is. Okay, there's Portuguese. I get more of a clue. Margarina para barrar reducido em gordura. Same thing. Margarine for reduce fat. So barrar is like butter, but not. Margarine for to reduce something fat below 59%. I got this one actually uses the word margarine in the blurb, but nowhere on the packaging. They just call them spreads now, don't they? To get around laws and specific terms. Terms of art, I believe, is the term for where a phrase has a specific meaning in law. Not just in law, but within an industry. Been saying we are pre-Mad Max for years. Yeah, I mean, I don't want to go over, but I'm not a raging apocalypse, end of the world. There are just a few indicators that point to hard times ahead. And again, you look at the UK and societal division. I'm not going to go off too much on that one because I did that the other night. Fragmented society with one group campaigning against another group, pushing their demands. If you pair that with some kind of food shortage and other resource shortages, we've done this thing at the minute. So we're sat, right? We're on the North Sea. We had North Sea oil and gas. We've now got a government not just choosing not to grant licenses for drilling for oil and gas. They're trying to bring in laws that would restrict future governments from being able to grant licenses and go North Sea oil drilling. Excuse me. That's ridiculous. You cannot make a law that binds a future government. International treaties, perhaps, but a future government can just repeal that law, write a new law. But why would you do this? They're even calling it like the fuel independence law. Like you're making Britain independent from other countries. We're establishing we're not reliant on anybody else. We're not going to drill for oil and gas, but we'll just buy it from Norway when we need it. What the absolute... What's the difference between us drilling for it and getting it cheap versus buying it off them expensive? Apart from the price, ecologically or whatever it is that you're trying to do, reducing our reliance on fossil fuels, what's the bloody difference? Getting it ourselves or buying it from someone else who's putting a margin on top? Why would you do that? In a time when fuel's not coming through the Straits of Hormuz and from the Middle East, when it's not flowing properly, why would you tie our hands behind our back and make us dependent on other nations? What if Norway isn't getting any fuel from anywhere else and decides they need all of that and they're not going to sell it to us? This is what happens. This is what happened during COVID. When you wanted face masks and you wanted antibiotics and you wanted whatever other medicines, all those other countries that make them, China, India, etc., oh no, we're not selling it anymore. We need it. Where does that leave you? So, to recap, petroleum products, including fertilizers, are not coming through. So that's a food shortage issue. Probably bad weather. So this won't affect us this year. Probably. This will be a factor for next year, the El Nino thing. It'll be bad weather over winter and into next spring. So winter crops might suffer. As global weather patterns shift. There'll be dry spells in countries that don't expect them, and there'll be an abundance in rain in countries that wouldn't normally have them. There'll be mudslides, there'll be flooding, and there'll be droughts, all of which hampers crops. Food products that get shipped around the world, well, there's not going to be enough fuel. So even where they do grow food, the distribution's going to be knackered. It all points to bad times over the next 18 months, 2 years. Unless things get sorted sharpish on the Hormuz thing. But you've still got El Nino going. Don't know. Ghee is like clarified butter, but taken a stage further, from my understanding. Clarified butter and ghee are slightly different. Let's ask Google. Let's ask Google the difference. It might be a moisture content thing, or it might be the amount of time that once you've melted the butter and you kind of boil. I think you boil it longer and brown it more, perhaps. Ghee versus clarified butter. Ghee and clarified butter are both pure butter fat with water and milk solids removed, but ghee is simmered longer to brown the milk solids. I thought we'd remove the milk solids. We're going to brown the milk solids, resulting in a nuttier flavour and deeper colour. Both offer high... This is the benefit of them as well, apart from being shelf-stable. Both offer high smoke points. So butter, normally, if you're frying something in butter, you have to just low and slow. Or put olive oil in or something and then add butter as well, so the oil protects the butter a bit longer. But if you've ever tried making pancakes and you've ended up with your kitchen just full of smoke, pancakes, crepes, as Americans might call British pancakes, you often end up with your kitchen just full of smoke because you're using the wrong oil and you're cooking too high a temperature. Ghee or clarified butter don't do that. They go a lot hotter before they smoke. So both offer high smoke points and long shelf lives, but ghee is more intense in taste and is traditionally used in South Asian cooking. So that's India and Pakistan, Bangladesh, those kind of places. But yeah, similar but not quite the same. Sign of nature. I haven't been called that since junior school, or the Kaz thing that he called you. I remember when all Karens were called Kaz, and then we got into the 90s and they all became Cat. That might have been an EastEnders thing. What's that quote that she does? Cat off EastEnders. I didn't just become any old slag. I became a total slag. Yeah. Andy saying hello to Karen. 7 likes, 8 likes. Yeah, we're a bit low. The audience has been a bit quiet. I don't know what happened. I created the stream in plenty of time. I put out notifications on Twitter and YouTube, and we just didn't get that many people turn up. Maybe it's just a quiet. Is it? Hold on. Is there something going on today? Is it a thing? I know you had the London thing Saturday. Unite the Kingdom. Is today something? Is there a reason for it being quiet, or have I just put everybody off with my? The Delta Mike Festival next month. That'd be nice. Cold rationing in the legal system, they can do anything. They can, and if they feel it necessary, they will. Now, they're supposed to only do it in the public interest. Some of the language and stuff coming from government recently. Keir Starmer yesterday. What an absolute fucking disgrace. Was it yesterday? It might have been the night before. Branding the Unite the Kingdom march has been a far right whatever. There was little old ladies there with their strollers. There is no far right. Not in the sense we understand it. Like Zeke Heil. It's, I mean, there is, but it's vanishingly small. If there are more than 200 far right, true far right people in the UK, then I'm a fucking Chinaman. They're just vanishingly small. But whenever the government do anything, they try to make out that you're more likely to be injured in a terrorist attack from a far right white nationalist group than from the other bunch that aren't white. Where's the history of it? Who blew up the Manchester Arena when Ariana Grande was singing? It wasn't far right white nationalists, was it? Tell me the last white nationalist terrorist attack in Britain. I'm not aware of one. I couldn't name one. No far right white nationalists stabbed any girls in Southport. I mean, apart from the Welsh choir boy, obviously. No far right white nationalists tried to burn any hotels down, any you know the one. The hotels in London and Epsom and wherever. They burnt them down themselves. The asylum seekers did it. And yet, whenever the anti-terrorism police talk, they talk like you're more likely to be caught up by some far-right bombing. There is no far-right. There is. Vanishingly small. If you're going to start calling 45, 50% of the British population far-right, then you're off your meds. And for my money, that's where Sir Keir Starmer is. We're still waiting for the outcome of his rent boy trial. Why was he not called to give evidence? Why are they not investigating the actual motivation of the guys that burnt down or that set fire to the two houses and the car? The Ukrainian models. This is a guy whose wife moved out a few months ago. His wife and kids left him. Beard. Much. For anyone who doesn't know, not everyone's up on the lingo. In gay parlance, a beard is a cover to make you look heterosexual. So like growing a beard to look more manly. So if you're a homosexual bloke and you marry a woman for appearance's sake, to look heterosexual, doing a Philip Schofield, basically. it is strongly suggested in certain quarters of the media that that is where Sir Keir Starmer is at. And there he is, hanging on for his job, not wanting scandal, and calling everybody, calling half the British population far right. Disgraceful. Politics, folks. I don't really want to go there. Synthphoning. What? Is that even a word? Or is that a typo? Synthphoning tax money into their... Siphoning. Okay, I've got you. Siphoning tax money into their pockets like digital ID, 1.8 billion in their pockets. That's a good point. Create some big government IT project, appoint some company to do it, like Capita or similar, and then what? After you're no longer in government, go and work for Capita as an advisor. You become a non-executive director and take a stipend of $250,000 a year and do nothing for it. Because really, it's a bribe by another name. Maybe you do a few public appearances. You attend a conference once a year in their name. Maybe when they want to reach out to government, they get you to reach out to other ministers or things in government after the event. Use your political power. But you take millions over the course of 5 or 6 years. This is why, what was the thing in America? For the homeless, this must be either New York or Los Angeles. They created 66 beds, 66 kind of mini dormitory, mini apartments, and it's some kind of shared accommodation, but you get your own room with a bed and a bedside table and a lamp. They created 66 beds. And for the cost of doing this, for 66 beds, it was 66 million. Or was it 600? It might have been 600 million. It was like 10,000 per bed. That money's not going to the homeless. That's going to the companies that are building and the company that got the contract are related to the person who created the contract. It's his brother or sister or some such. The purpose of government is to take money out of your pocket and put it into some private business's pocket. That's the sole purpose of government. That's all they do. And it doesn't go to some local builder, some local baker, some local candlestick maker, whatever. It goes to big business who profit extortionately, and then somehow there's some mechanism where it gets siphoned back to the person that created the contract. Whether it's as a non-executive directorship or something afterwards, whether it's political donations to keep you elected next time around in America. In America, the whole political donations thing. What's the other bunch? The people that campaign and have a word in your ear and try and tell you which way to vote. The political activist kind of, there's a name. I won't get the word. I can tell you now I'm not going to get the word. Lobbyists. I got the word. The whole lobbying thing. It's corruption by another name. You've been elected by the people to represent your constituents. What are you doing taking money from this guy to vote a specific way? How is that not corruption? And it's the same, I'm told that UK MPs, once they become an MP, they suddenly they receive all these gift boxes at their constituency. All these big companies say, congratulations on your win. Here, have £5,000 worth of champagne. And we'll be in touch later and tell you which way we want you to vote. Here's a clue. 1945 weren't right. They were all left. it's a good argument about whether National Socialism was left or right. Um, yeah, yeah. It's I've heard it debated both ways. Um, yeah, but it's up for debate. Atari ST, hello, my friend. Single room occupancy. Yeah, when they build these things for the homeless in I can't remember whether it was New York or wherever. But yeah, 20,000 lobbyists in the EU and Brussels. Yeah, and I strongly disagree. In what way is it not corruption? I go even further. Here's one. This is radical. This is possibly one of my most radical views. Party politics. Technically, in Britain, we don't vote a party in. We vote a person, and they happen to be Labour or Tory or whatever. Disconnect, reconnect. Technically, we don't vote for a party. We vote for a person. And that person is supposed to represent their constituents from their region. Not necessarily their region, because they can be appointed to it without even living there, which I think is a farce in and of itself. But, okay, let's say that's allowed. So if they go to Westminster and they're going to get paid, I don't know what the number is nowadays, 80 grand a year, whatever it might be. And then they say, oh yeah, but I'm Labour. And Labour, they get the whip, as it's called. And that means that Labour will pay them X thousands of pounds per month to toe the line, to vote in the way that they're told. Sometimes they're told, hard line, you must go this way. That's a 3-line whip. Sometimes it's more relaxed. And sometimes the party will deign to allow them, like a free vote, to actually vote with their own conscience. Wow! What about that? You've been voted in by a bunch of people to represent them, and every now and again the political party that's paying you extra on top of your wage will deign to allow you to vote how you or your constituents want. The fuck kind of corruption is that? Hey, we'll pay you. I know you're getting paid 60, 70 grand a year for your job to represent those guys. But hey, if I pay you 2 grand a month on top, maybe you'll vote the way I tell you, says the political party. But don't worry, every now and again we'll let you have a free rein to vote properly. Tell me party politics doesn't stink. I would ban that shit. Ban the whip. Get rid of that. If a business approached them and said, hey everybody, have 2 grand a month and vote the way I say, you'd call it corruption. Except nowadays we call it lobbying. Should be called corruption. Should have always been called corruption. And when the Labour Party, the Tory Party, or any other party do it, should have been called corruption. Represent your fucking constituents or get the fuck out of the job. Party politics is corruption, and I would ban it. You want to have a loose affiliation, that's fine. But don't start paying them extra and telling them they must vote this way. Just no. You want to have a club and call yourself the Labour Party, that's fine. And in general, you're pro NHS and you're pro this and you're pro welfare state, and that's fine. But don't demand that people vote a certain way in return for payment. And if someone breaks the rules, you withdraw the payment, and that's called withdrawing the whip. And that person is now in trouble. It's wrong. How is it not wrong? How was it ever allowed to start and happen in the first place? Can't be doing with it. Not looking after our interests, that's for sure. For the past 20 or 30 years, We've had political parties and politicians saying, now, we know what's best. We're not going to do what you say because you're wrong. You're far right. You're Nazis. No. Open the borders. 99 was it when Blair opened the borders? I think. Hmm. Here we go. My favourite conspiracy theorist, Keith, is often one. Slave your time life towards bills, i.e. corporates' pockets. There's an element of that, yeah. All legal is fraud. There we could probably disagree somewhat. Strongly agreeing with this political overview, lol. I'll probably lose a couple of subscribers for it. I'll dip back below 1700 any day now. We'll do another 1700 celebration when we hit it again. It's an open prison stroke people farm. A little bit radical because they do allow you to leave if you want, but I guess as a if you view it as kind of an open prison, like I said, the view of the point of government is to take money out of your pocket and give it to a company who probably will plough a percentage of it back to them, back to the politicians. People believe politicians are very intelligent, yet they get in by means of a popularity contest, not IQ or ethics. Valid. That's valid. I mean, some of them are objectively intelligent. They can be very intelligent and I can still disagree with them. Boris Johnson, while he acted the clown, was a very intelligent man. So's the other bloke. You'd think he was an Edwardian gentleman, you know the one. He's got about 8 kids, but dark hair, bit of a Hitler haircut actually, glasses. I watched him earlier. What's his fucking name? Oh, come on. Where's my YouTube? Let me get my YouTube up. Let me look at my alerts. He'll be in there. I've got to scroll quickly, see whether I can find him. Somebody tell me who I'm talking about. You know who I mean. He's posh as fuck but dumb. Posh but out of touch. But he is very intelligent. 3 names. He's got a triple barrel fucking... See whether you get there before I do. Posh Tory. If I just typed that into Google, I'd probably get there quicker than doing this. I am back 8 hours. I would have thought I would have seen him by now. I wonder if I've gone past him by going too quick. Have one of you got it? Rees-Mogg, Jacob, that is indeed the one. Jacob Rees-Mogg, thank you. Yeah, you got there before me. Any chance of touching on politics tonight? Only briefly. I don't want to get too bogged down in it, but yeah. A lot of them are really intelligent. So I'm sure even like people like Blair. I mean, these guys were barristers. They have to be intelligent. Here's the thing I disagree with. Having separate language for lawyers and barristers and stuff in the Commons. My learned friend. Whenever you refer to them, you have to use learned because these people have got a law degree. Why? What about a doctor who's got a fucking medical degree? Why is he not learned? Why do barristers get their own language in the House of Commons? What the fuck's that about? Who decided that? Barristers, lawyers. I guess because they are lawmakers in theory. The idea is that they shouldn't have to be though. They're supposed to be the common man. It is the House of Commons. They're supposed to decide what to be implemented, and then the civil servants go off and draft the fucking legislation, and then it comes back for review, and then it goes through the House of Lords, where you can have some lawyers and shit. The crossbenchers can be neutral. They can be lawyers and priests and judges and fucking whatever. That's not for the Commons. That's not the Commons' job, to be lawyers. This was part of the problem. Here I go again, another take. You appoint Blair as Prime Minister, and suddenly you get lots of new laws. Even though almost every law that was brought in could already be covered by existing, if you just apply the existing legislation properly. You don't need half of the new laws they bring in is already covered by other stuff. All of the hate crime laws, kind of thou shalt not punch someone on the nose while calling them one of the words, right? That's then a hate crime. But do you know what? We already have laws that say thou shalt not punch someone on the nose. We already have those laws. Why do we need a separate law to cover what's already there? It's crazy. But this is what happens when you vote in lawyers to be the lawmakers. Clearly, they're going to spend all their time making new laws, because why not? My own view is, thou shalt not bring in any new laws without wiping 2 existing ones off the books. Let's do that. Let's do that for the next 50 years. You want to bring in a new law? That's fine. Tell me which 2 we're going to get rid of. I'll go for that. They're not going to do it though, are they? Because they're lawyers. Scrolling. The system is flawed. The system is deeply flawed, yeah. Any chance of touching on politics? There was Andy with Rees-Mogg. That is indeed who I was thinking of. Kind of like an out-of-touch Edwardian gentleman, isn't he? But he's very intelligent. Can't deny that. Intelligent and educated. He can draw upon history and things, and he's a good orator. He's good at oration. He speaks well. He makes persuasive argument. Whether you agree with him or not, or agree with his policies or not, is a separate issue. 15 minutes will trap you in. I see, here's one where we disagree, Keith. I think this is an American thing. So Americans have the city centre, the downtown as they would call it, the town centre, and then they have these sprawling suburbs because cars. And they don't put any shops or petrol station. They haven't got a pub on the corner. You don't walk around the corner and find a bar. You have to kind of drive into the town centre or close to the town centre, or 30 minutes out of town to some out of town mall. Britain, our cities are different. They evolved from a collection of villages, conurbations. Each village spread, so each village had more or less everything it needed, and then it grew and grew, and then suddenly there's no gap in between one village and the next. I will talk about Morecambe, Heysham, Lancaster, and surrounding towns and villages, Bolton-le-Sands and Hestbank and places like that. Bear. Each village already had a high street, already had a row of shops and a doctor's surgery and a this, that, and the other. And as they grow, it becomes a city or a large town, whichever. But you've already got that. There's a row of shops around the corner. You're already living in a 15-minute. You can walk to the health centre and the doctors. Maybe you get a little hospital or something. Large health centre, small hospital, whatever. So how are you trapped by this 15-minute city business? unless they start putting up fences and borders and not letting you through without a pass. So you are living in mini kind of prison camps, unless that's where you're going with it. I'm not sure. Now, America have this fear of this for some reason, whereas they should, in their suburbs, they should put a corner shop and a gas station and maybe a health centre, instead of having to go into the city centre, driving for 45 minutes to go 3 miles into the town centre because traffic is chock-a-block even on your 16-lane highway. I don't know. I don't fear 15-minute cities because I think everywhere except America already kind of has them. You've got everything you need within 15 minutes, and I'm talking about walking, not driving. I've got a problem with it. So true, reinforcing existing laws. Yeah. To not enforce a law and then to bring in another overlapping law. Here's another downside to this. I see this when I watch American programs, all the American YouTube channels all the time. When the police arrest somebody, they'll arrest them for like 5 crimes that are all the same crime. Not giving your name, obstructing, doing this, resisting, resisting arrest, resisting an official in his duty. You get these 5 charges when the guy did one thing wrong. And we're headed the same way. You've got overlapping. So you punch someone on the nose, and let's say you did it, or you said some slur based upon their ethnicity or their religion or their sexuality or whatever. So now you're guilty of assault, but you're also guilty of a hate crime assault. You're guilty of this, that, and they'll always tack on a resisting or whatever, because that's kind of a given. Everybody they arrest gets a resisting, pretty much. Overlapping offences leaves you open to multiple charges for the same one crime. Yeah, I punched him on the nose. Yeah, but you're white and he's black. That's got nothing to do with it. The guy was being a dick. I punched him. No, you can't do that. That's racial. Is it? How do we prove that? Unless I'm on camera saying the words. And we got that, wasn't there the lad the other day? Well, he's not the other day, but the court case is ongoing, isn't it? The white guy saw a Sikh openly carrying a knife, a long knife. Now, Sikhs do carry knives as part of their religion, but they're supposed to not use them. And this guy, the lad said, "Hey, you're a bad man." He said, "Yeah, I am." He pulled out the knife and stabbed him 4 times. Police arrive on scene, and because the Sikh said racial stuff, the guy's bleeding out. He's bleeding to death. And they put handcuffs on him and don't call an ambulance quickly because he's under arrest. And he bleeds out and dies. Two-tier policing, folks. White man versus brown man. It must be racial. He said you're a bad man. He didn't say you're a bad this, that, or the other. You're a bad man. Stab, 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 stab. Don't know. The Commons is for only, never meant for them. Hold on. The Commons it's meant to be for us and not for them. This is why when they do the state opening of Parliament, all the Commons go into the House of Lords. Royalty and lords are not allowed in the House of Commons. Although once upon a time we had a Prime Minister who was in the House of Lords. He couldn't enter the Commons, and yet he was still the Prime Minister. So everything had to be telegraphed to him. Everything had to be runners telling him what's happening and him sending back messages what to do. Can't remember who it was. But if you look up a British Prime Minister called Lord such and such, But yeah, no, the Strangers Gallery is for visitors, isn't it? The public viewing. But yeah. When is your signature next to all legislation, acts, statutes, etc. doesn't exist, so all fraud? You're basically saying I've never contracted to those laws and therefore they don't apply. It's an interesting angle, but it never works because you have to go into a court and have them accept your point, and they always just say bullshit. I think we have to have laws. You can't just opt out of them all. And you can't pick and choose which ones. So we kind of disagree on that one, as you know. We I do keep watching these cases getting thrown out in America. I wasn't driving, I was travelling. Mate, you were behind the wheel of a car that was moving on the highway. Is the Spanish judicial system corrupt? I would say that all around the world, low-level courts, the court of first instance, like your magistrate courts, if you will, are all corrupt to fuck. And I've explained why multiple times, but I'll give you a potted. When you walk into the court here, the prosecutor is wearing a policeman's uniform. So there's no separation of police and prosecutor. That's one hindrance. That's terrible. So there's not like a director of public prosecutions. There's not a prosecutor or attorney general or whatever deciding whether a case is worth going forward with. There's no independent review of whether a case should happen. So that's one thing. The other thing is that same copper so he's like the chief inspector or whatever. He's the superintendent, whatever, from the police station. Top cop is the prosecutor. He's in that courtroom. What, 10 while 2 every day of the week with the same judge. They're work colleagues, basically, yeah? They're work colleagues. I bet they go for lunch together, once a week? A couple of times a month? I bet they go to the golf club or the Masons or somewhere and are part of similar secret societies or leisure activities. I bet they go out to a Christmas party. I bet the whole court goes to a Christmas. All the staff and the judges and the prosecutors, all the lawyers. I bet they all have a big Christmas party. Maybe some of these saints' days and things that they have as well. Maybe there's something like that, or a midsummer, or a whatever. How can they not be corrupt? They're work colleagues. Even though it's an adversarial legal system, technically, he's the prosecutor. You put your case, or you get a lawyer to put your case. They work together day in, day out. They know each other. They're probably at the same golf club or the like I said, the Masons or fucking somewhere. They're at Christmas parties. They're probably lunching together periodically. How can it not be corrupt? And magistrates have a massive tendency to just believe whatever the police tell them anyway. There's an inherent bias there. So all courts are first instance. If you watch some of these, I mean, America are more open with this, and so we get the videos and the body cams and all of this. But some of the decisions that are taken in these small town America. Guy holds up a sign saying "fuck the police," and then he has a second sign that says "God bless the police." And the police get a report from somebody who's offended by the swear word or whatever, and they come and arrest the guy. And he says, "Well, if I hold up this, oh no, that sign's fine. God bless the police. That's so it's not the fact he's holding up a sign. It's not the fact he's waving at traffic. It's the content of the message gets him arrested. First Amendment, entirely allowed. Obviously, I'm not even American and I know that that is entirely fucking allowed. So many judges will find him guilty and he has to pay the fee and go and do the appeals court thing. And occasionally the appeals court still find him guilty and he has to go to the state Supreme Court. How? I'm a tramp in a fucking field who's only been to America once. And I know you can't prosecute someone based on the content of their message. If God bless the police is okay and allowed, then fuck the police is allowed. How can judges not know this? They do know it. But the process is the punishment. They'll find you guilty. 99 times out of 100, people will just let it go at that. It's a few £100 fine or dollars, a few $100 fine. And they'll just let it go and be trampled on. Or every now and again, you get someone who's a man of means or who's got a backing of a YouTube channel or something, and he can pay 10 or 20 grand to do the appeals court thing. It's corrupt. Courts of first level are corrupt to fuck. We all know it. Anyone who's had anything to do with them. The people who don't know it, your middle class man or woman who's never had any dealings with the law, maybe a traffic ticket, maybe they get that one sarcastic cop that day. They back the blue till it happens to you. Let me scroll. I don't know how many messages I've missed. Oh, is Karen going? Good night, Karen. Early start for me. Good night, everyone. We'll chat tomorrow, Karen. Maybe. I think we've gone a few days without a proper chat. So true, reinforcing existing laws. The comments this photo was okay. This is where I am. There was the thing about signatures agreeing to contracts. There was Atari. Is the Spanish judicial system corrupt? All courts of first instance are corrupt, as far as I can tell, all around the world for the same reasons. There's Karen saying good night. That was at 20 past. I don't think I'm too far behind, am I? No, it's only 24. Night, Karen. Sleep well, said Andy. Here we go. Law is higher than legal, i.e. imperial crown in England. You use words and draw distinctions between things that I don't understand. Law is higher than legal. Don't know. All courts in England are administration only, not run by Crown officer, i.e. not lawful. So what's a Crown officer in your terminology? So they all have a clerk of the court who is a legally qualified whatever. I don't know what you mean by Crown officer. There's Karen talking to Andy. I hope so. In my dreams last night, somebody stole my car and I spent all night looking for it. I was more tired when I woke up than when I went to bed. Oh, it's terrible when that happens. I'm fortunate. I don't sleep for more than 20 minutes at a time, most of the time. All courts are business hoods. Only judges don't have bonds, oaths, so they can lie. My favourite conspiracy theorist, mate. You're running away with it tonight. Yeah, the courts are bent. It's possible to use the law against them, but look how many have tried and got overruled or ignored. Yeah, often, like I said, the process is the punishment, and the fee you have to pay to do the appeal or whatever. So many flies jumping across the front of me here. I think they've been attracted by the light. I think my door is a little bit too far open, the bedroom door. Empty can. Did anybody... 2.5 hours to drink that, folks. 2.5 hours. And they call me an alky. I'm going to bring that over. It's a little bit warmer than I'd like for a brand new can, because it's been sat there that long. sorry, let me push that lead in, make sure that we're charging. Oh, speaking of which, okay, 48% on the phone. I assume tablet's on 100. Let me do the thing. Power the phone before it gets too low. Otherwise we risk it running out. I've tried and got overruled or heard some success stories, but few and far. The one notable one was the no crime hate incident. There was that guy that got that logged on his record, and because he's a multimillionaire, he was able to challenge it and took it all the way to the. Was it the High Court or was it the UK? What we now call the Supreme Court. It used to be just called the House of Lords. The House of Lords was our Supreme Court. We now have a thing labelled as the Supreme Court, which I think just sits in the House of Lords anyway. I think it's the same thing, but they are crossbenchers though. Yeah, the law lords. They're not political. They're meant to be apolitical, which is an amazing pretense that you've got all these posh knobs educated at Eton and fucking wherever, and we're all just supposed to pretend that they're apolitical and have no bias. But yeah, that guy, I don't remember his name, but I've watched him be interviewed a few times about non-crime hate incidents. And police still log these things. And it's been ruled entirely illegal like 3 times now. Even the Association of Chief Police Officers says that they shouldn't be logging these reported incidents that are non-crimes, but non-crime hate incident. Supposedly, you use the words or you argue with someone of a particular persuasion in the street, and if you're white and they're not, even if arguing with someone or shouting at someone in the street isn't a crime, it can still get logged and appear on your, when you do those extended police checks when you apply for a job. They keep changing the initials. I don't remember what they're called anymore, but it gets logged on there as a non-crime hate incident, and it's been ruled illegal multiple times now. And he says to Karen, I hate dreams like that. Yeah. Oh man, I had a dream once that Tina had died. And it took me 5 minutes after I woke up to realise it was a dream. I think I woke up in the middle. If you wake up in the middle of a dream, that's the worst. Because it is there in your mind. And I had the sadness. I was maudlin. I was depressed. And then she moved next to me. And I was like, what the fuck is that? There's my girl. Still here. But yeah, those dreams, not good. Oh, it started to jump. Can't have been that far. Andy, I was so upset when I woke. This is Karen to Andy. So upset when I woke up because my insurance ran out on the same day and I didn't think the insurance company would pay out. It was so real. Atari, been on holes to Torry many times. Seen a few arrests in the town. Police always came down hard. Once I saw cops standing on a man. Yeah, Spanish police do like to go, well, whether I say hands-on or not. Because they don't do body cams and because it's illegal to record them, yeah, they are vicious in my experience. Actual fucking experience. They're vicious. I had the guy walking around here one day with a 3-foot-long rubber truncheon up his back, trying to hide it from me, but it was sticking up above his head. Did I get one on video? That's the one where I got them on video as they drove away, and I told like a mother-in-law joke. No, he told a mother-in-law joke. One of the cops. Which I laughed at, and that got me in trouble with somebody. Yeah. I believe it, Karen. Those dreams are exhausting. Yeah. Having said that, not just Torrevieja. I mean, I saw a guy get arrested on Queen Street in Morecambe, and they handcuffed his legs, they handcuffed his arms behind his back, then they hogtied him. They handcuffed the handcuffs on his arms to the handcuffs on his legs, and then they tasered him and pepper sprayed him. Tell me that's legal. Firstly, 3 sets of handcuffs, and you've literally got him hogtied. Legs behind his back and arms behind his back. Tied to each other. Legs to arms. And then you taser him a couple of times. And then you pepper spray him right in the face while he's already tied up. Probably one of the worst I've seen in terms of a total abuse of power. And what can you do? Who do you report it to? Nowadays, you'd go online with it. You'd send it to one of these audit type sites. Like the civil rights lawyer. I mean, these are American channels, but there must be British equivalents. CrimeBodge in the UK. CrimeBodge. Did you see that one? CrimeBodge. The kid who was bent over an iron railing while he was being arrested for a non-crime. He was commenting, the police were behaving rough with somebody for no reason. He commented on it, so they march him away. And then they handcuff him. And supposedly he's only detained. And then they bend him over while handcuffing him right onto a fucking fence. And then they rip him off that and tear his neck. Once you're impaled, you're supposed to be left there. Fire brigade and ambulance come and get you. No. The police just lifted him, tore his neck open, and then walked him down the road half a mile instead of calling an ambulance. Blood fucking gushing everywhere. Neck flapping open. And the police do an inquiry and say that he stumbled onto the fence under his own volition, like under his own momentum. And then he lifted himself up off the fence. And they put all the blame on him. They investigated themselves and found they did nothing wrong. Kid he shouldn't even have been under arrest. He shouldn't have been in handcuffs, shouldn't have been detained. There was no investigatory detention. There was nothing to investigate. But they investigated themselves and found they did nothing wrong. And now they've been told by the Independent Office of Police Complaints to reinvestigate it because clearly that's bullshit. So what do? They appoint the same police officer that already fobbed it off once to reinvestigate it. She should be part of the new investigation. She should be under investigation for covering for the other cunts. Pardon my French. But what else can you call it? They impaled a teenage lad on a fence for no reason. Handcuffed him for no reason. He wasn't under investigation for a crime. They were just marching him away from where they were doing things wrong, and he was saying, hey, don't do that. They investigated themselves and found they did nothing wrong. Now they've been told that's bullshit, go and investigate us again, and they've just appointed the same woman to investigate it. What could possibly go wrong? I'm ranting, but why wouldn't you? Sleep isn't as good quality. Okay, we're still talking about Karen and her dreams. Tonight, hopefully I will sleep, but my insurance does renew tonight. Police abroad put me off emigrating. Yeah, there are there are factors where they're given too much of a pass, too much of a green light. In the modern age, there's no excuse for them not having dash cams and body cams. Here's the other one. You see this in America. When the senior officer turns up on the scene, he asks the cop who's just beaten someone up what happened, and he just accepts their fairy tale version of events. Why? There's dash cams and body cams. He could view it from 3 different angles. Why is he asking a guy to make up some Jackanory story about what happened? Review the fucking body cam. If the senior officer on scene can't have access to it, why not someone back at the station where this shit's being recorded? Why do they not have a control centre where a senior officer can review the body cams of an incident? Don't ask the cop who might be guilty of... There's one where he picks an old lady up, flips her over and bangs her on her head on the floor. 84-year-old woman, I think she was. Senior cop comes along, what happened? Oh, she resisted, she got all gobby, I had to bring her to the ground. 84. Dropped her on her head. In this day and age, why are we asking the guy that did it what happened? The guy that might be guilty and that's trying to cover his ass. Don't ask him what happened. Look at the dash cam, look at the body cam, look at his body cam, look at the body cam of his partner who was stood 5 yards away and who had a better view of it. And anyone who covers for anyone, sack them as well. If you're on scene and you watch a little old lady get dropped on her head and you back the guy up when he says she resisted arrest so he had to take her to the ground, I'm sacking you and I'm prosecuting you. It's not one bad apple at the bottom of the barrel. It's a rotten barrel and you're hoping that there's 1 or 2 fucking good apples in there somewhere. And they're getting really fucking difficult to find. Now, I'm a guy who's been arrested a few times, so I will state my bias. What's the deal with Guardia Civil, Guardia this, Guardia that? So the deal is that you have the local police who get used mainly for children's crossings when they're going to school. They do a little bit of touring around the pubs and stuff on Friday and Saturday night kind of stuff. But in general, they don't do much real... They're not really real police. They're like lollipop men. But they're not trusted. So you've got the Policia Local, you've got the Policia Nacional, who do border control and citizenship and residencia. The other one, what's the tax thing called? I forget because I never got it. NIE it used to be called, and now it's a TIE for Brits because we're third country. But it's your tax identification number kind of thing. So the National Police take care of stuff like that. But they are also a serious... They do have guys with machine guns that do serious stuff. Airports and stuff as well, borders. So that you got your local police, you got your national police. Historically, Spain don't trust their police, so they need another police to police the police, and that really is your Guardia Civil, who watches the watchman. Certainly used by Franco, I'm told, as his personal kind of policing the police. Even though, I mean, they're way older than that. They're like 150 years old as an entity. So they've been around a long time, but historically, politicians don't trust the police, so they have a police force to watch the police. The problem is, who watches the police that watch the police? The Guardia Civil have been involved in some right old scandals. Even here in Torrevieja, they arrested a whole shift of them for drug dealing. An entire shift of the Guardia Civil got arrested. Now, I've got no idea. Did they arrest them all, investigate, and let them all go? I've no idea what happened, but it happened. A whole police station worth, a whole shift got arrested. I think they'd been dipping into the evidence lockers, the evidence room. At the Guardia Civil run the cells as well. When you're in the cells overnight, you're not at the Policia Local. You're in the Guardia Civil. Mainly, I think, because it's like just down the road, well, up the hill from the courtroom. They used to march you down out of the Guardia Civil and down the high street, down a road, 2 blocks to the courthouse. Now they take you just through like a car park, through a back door. But it was always fun because you were handcuffed to the guy next to you, and you were kind of crocodile marched through town with guys with shotguns. So they've all got their sidearms, but 2 or 3 of them had shotguns as well. And you march down this road, and there's a queue of kids waiting to get into the nursery over the road. So you've got these 4 or 5-year-old kids, and you've got criminals being marched through the street and policemen with shotguns. Nice. Way to go. Yeah. Good night, Karen. Power trip, hold the public in contempt. Yeah. Yeah, there's a lot wrong. Making it illegal to film the police. Actually, technically, that's not quite true. It's totally legal to film them. It's illegal to release the video. If you notice on my channel, I've got 1 or 2. I've got the one where they stole my stuff and where they unplugged all of the tent pegs and shook my brand new tent to try and break it. I didn't start early enough when the bitch said she was going to shoot my dog, but I've got her partner agreeing that she said it. That's on video somewhere. She denied it for the rest of the day, for the 3 or 4 hours that she was here. Private land. They stole all of my belongings that were outside the tent on the basis of them being a fire risk. Bottles of water, green plastic garden furniture, white plastic garden furniture, pots, pans, plates, knives, forks, spoons, the whole cutlery stuff, the ladle and the fish fry, the fish slice. Fire risk is what they said while taking them away, because they thought it was public land and they thought they could do it. Turns out it's not public land and they shouldn't have done it. And I think they know this now, and this is why they leave me alone now. I think they know I could have them if I could just get a lawyer. I've got them. It's on tape. Tape, fuck. Okay, Grandad. It's recorded. It's this beer. Look at this. We're almost 3 hours in. Whoa! Is that the moth? I hope that was the moth. My second can is a little bit. It's cool, but it's not cold. I think after we finish, I'll have to put the other 2 back in the freezer. Cheers, folks. We're coming up on 3 hours in. Only 11 thumbs up. There's only 8 people watching. It has been a pretty poor turnout tonight. That's a grim story, terrifying in fact. The kid with the ripped neck. Have you not seen it? Go look at a channel called Crime Bodge, all one word. This is a guy who was abused by... So one day he's walking through the town centre, whatever town it was, Leamington Spa or somewhere, I don't know. And 2 plastic bobbies, 2 special constables give him shit and swear at him, I believe. And he asked to view they carry like a permissions card, what they're allowed to do. You're allowed to inspect this at any time. They refused to show it, and he was demanding it. And then they got a sergeant. They got a guy basically in plain clothes to come down. And this guy was standing on his feet and trying to push him over. And he's recording it. And this started him off on his kind of anti-police kind of campaign. And he learnt the law. And he brought private prosecutions against people. You want to talk about corruption? Here's one. When the cops and the public director of public prosecutions refuse to bring a case, you can bring a private prosecution. And it costs, and there's processes, and you have to learn your way around the system or pay a lawyer to do it for you. He learnt the system. He was doing this thing. What you don't know, though, is once it starts to look like you've got an actual case and you might win, the director of public prosecutions can step in and say, oh, on second thoughts, yeah, we will take this case. And they kick you off the case. They're now going to prosecute this case. But nobody says whether they're going to do a good job of it or not. They can take it over and deliberately do a really weak job and undermine the case that you'd built. And that's what happened with Crime Bodge. He had these guys banged to rights. He was going to win the case. Clearly should have won. The judges were against him. They were telling him he shouldn't be. They were saying, are you sure you don't want to get a lawyer? Are you sure? You shouldn't be doing this. No. Listen, we really don't like doing this. We don't like having these public prosecutions. They did everything to dissuade him. And then the director of public prosecution stepped in. On second thoughts, upon review of the case, we will take this. So they kick him off it. And then, as I said, they do a really weak-ass job and the case collapses and goes nowhere. So even when you spend the money to bring a private prosecution, the corruption built into the system, you can see why it's there. If the DPP's made a mistake and should have run with the case, he can step in and take over and in theory, handle it better than you could. But only if the will is there, yeah? What if they step in and deliberately fuck it up and do a weak presentation to the judges and the case gets dismissed? So Crime Bodge wrote a book about the whole process about everything. All of the everyday instances, everyday things that you might have with the police, what your rights are, when you should say something, when you shouldn't, what all the process is, how you bring a case to court, what you do, when you do. Good guy, good channel. They do it to fear to control the masses, says Keith. Yeah, could be. If you're not angry, you're not paying attention, I say, says Andy. Yeah. Relation of mine is in the force, loves his day in court. He does like a day off, he says. There is that. Yeah. Although they do, it must be stressful giving evidence. Although I've been a witness in a couple of court cases. I've mentioned about how me and a small group saved a copper's life one time. We turned up at court as technically as witnesses, although we were kind of participants in actually stopping shit happening, obviously. But yeah, I've seen really poor quality prosecutors stumbling over their words, unable to string a sentence together under the pressure. And then you've got cops who are sometimes they're just clearly lying, and everyone can see that they're lying except the magistrate. He wouldn't if he stand in law, not legal, because they have no jurisdiction over the man, woman. You see, you're going to go like the real entity versus the legal entity and all of that you talk about. Has Sarnoff had much success with legal rebellion? He does. He says, yeah, when it comes to walking through security at the courts and the airports, he refuses to go through the scanners and stuff. He presents them with a letter that says that they're not allowed to, and they accept it, allegedly. Here we go. Jus in rem nota quas in persona, England, jus soli, Angli, and crewman creditor, and where the kings as per hierarchy. And then you've got these letters that. So let me translate for anyone who doesn't know, because I didn't. This jus in rem quas in persona. So there's the real you, that's you, the physical entity. And then there's the legal entity, the legal fiction, as my mate Keith here would say. That's the Mr. and Mrs. Smith or whatever, the legal entity. And he says they can sue away or do whatever they want with a legal entity, but that's not me. I am not that. I am not that entity. Something like that. I haven't signed up. It's all based on naval law, which is where the crewman comes from. Allegedly, according to this line of thinking, all law stems from naval law, and I'm not in the Navy, so fuck that. I think is the... That's the summary of the argument. It's to do with when you accepted the King's shilling and you took a contract and entered into a contract with the Navy. I pray see, I'm abbreviating, but here we go. Hold on. I'm seeing people say even, okay, let me, here we go. Sounds about right. Absolute systemic corruption. Smithy, hello, Smithy 2025. Evening, Mike, Tina, and everyone. Is Tina? Okay. I don't think she was, but I just said her name and so she perked up. Let me see. I haven't shown her off, I don't think, since the beginning. Was it just the beginning? Let's have a look here. Hold on. Where are you, babe? Oh, you're not really in the bed, are you? Like you're supposed to be. You're more or less on top of it. Have a look here. Say hello to your fans. Hello to the people, says Tina. Hey, babe. Yeah. I'm sorry, babe. Were you asleep? Did I just wake you up? Why are you not under the covers? You see, she's on her puppy pads. You see she has to be on the pads. Although her bum might not be at the minute. That's a little bit worrying. It is a warm night. It is a warmer evening this evening than it was yesterday. Yesterday I was almost cold at times. Let's turn that back around. Sorry, folks, you got a close-up of my ugly mug. I did manage to run the freezer tonight longer than I should have. I kept it running after the sun had gone because it clouded over. So my EcoFlow's down to 60 odd on this one. I think I'm on 70 odd on the other one. A lot lower than I would typically like, but tomorrow's due to be sunny again, so we should be okay with it. Atari says nighty-night. Is that you leaving, or are you saying night-night to someone else? The channel rings a bell now. Yeah, Crime Budge. Is that? Yeah. Good night, Atari, if that is you leaving. Yeah. Sounds like the Spanish still interesting topic. Fascists got the Spanish Civil War still has knock-on effects. That they still, I mean, okay, it's distant. It's like the Second World War. It was just a year or two before, wasn't it? So most of the people that were there at the time have gone, but their sons and daughters that grew up in the aftermath, people who maybe lost aunts and uncles, that kind of thing. The people are still around, and there are regional. Some regions were stronger for. It was a three-sided war, wasn't it? it wasn't just a two-sided war, if I remember correctly. You had communists, fascists, and royalists. Would be how I would summarize it. Yeah. And it was kind of a dry run for the Second World War, really, because you had the same three sides in places like France. You had similar. Some of the resistance. There would be communist resistance, and they would be, well, they wouldn't have been royalist, but they would have been I don't know, anti-communist resistance. I haven't got the terminology. And then you'd have the fascists and like the Nazi collaborators and stuff. So a three-sided affair in a lot of places. Which means in places you could have an actual Mexican standoff. I don't know why I drag that. It's got nothing to do with anything. It's just a three-sided standoff, a Mexican standoff. It's not just two sides coming to a stalemate. They're all under the thumb or managed by someone who is, I think. Politicians, is that? Probably. God, my eyesight lets me down. How so? I thought Atari said goodnight. Maybe he was saying goodnight to someone who was leaving. Or maybe he misunderstood something. I'm not sure. Tina with a love heart. Andy gives you a love heart, Tina girl. Sure, she's back asleep. I'm too slow to read it. Someone was leaving. Okay, it wasn't a terror. I thought when someone says good night, it's either they're going or they're saying it to someone else who's going. I'm never sure myself. I am now caught up with chat, folks. I believe. Away from keyboard. Be right back, says Andy. That's okay. That's allowed. Probably toilet break. I'm 3 hours in and I haven't done one of those yet, which is amazing because all day long, all afternoon, I had a lot of cold drinks this morning, and obviously a few cold drinks this afternoon. Pop, pop and water and stuff. Have I still got coffee? I think I've got two. I don't think I've had any of the coffee. I've got 2 coffees up here. I've been pissing every quarter of an hour. It feels like every quarter of an hour. It wasn't. It might be every half hour. I've been backwards and forwards to the other side of the tent all day. Now I sit down to talk to you lot, and suddenly I'm holding it in for 3 hours. I will have to go soon. I think it's because I'm just talking about it now. You know how that goes. That's like the coughing thing, isn't it? When you've got a sore throat or a bad chest, you talk about coughing, so you cough, or you talk about yawning, and you yawn. I think it's me. Am I susceptible to hypnosis? Am I really weak-willed in that way? I say a word. I was wide awake until 2 minutes ago, and I just said about coughing and yawning, and now I'm yawning. That's ridiculous. Cheers, folks. Where are we on time? 1 o'clock in the morning, technically. Cheers, folks. Top of the hour, cheers. I've managed to time it right for once. It says 2:58 here, but that's maybe I was a minute late starting and we've had a couple of brief interruptions, so my counter is a little bit off. Have your Guardia pals left you alone lately? They have. I think after the guy from the Policia Locale, after the top guy came out with all the scrambled egg, lots of gold on the peak of the cap, gold on the epaulets, gold on the sleeves. After he came out and spent 3 hours trying to get me arrested and couldn't, he discussed everything. He was on the phone with people. He was on the phone with the land registry, trying to prove that this was public land and that I could be kicked off. He was on with he was there was talk of immigration and all sorts, and they left with their tails between their legs, and I was laughing at them. They didn't go quickly. At one point I just said, right guys, I've had enough. I'm going in. I came in, and they carried on out here for an hour, and then they shouted at me and said, right, we're leaving. And then they stood outside on this little track. Boss man went, but the rest of them stood here for half an hour just chatting amongst themselves. I'm sure it was an intimidation tactic. But if I was paying taxes in Torrevieja, if I was paying taxes here, I'd want to know what I'm getting for my money. 5, possibly 6 cops for 3 hours, and then another half hour after they told me they were going. What are you getting for your money, guys? What are you getting for your money? So that was Policia Local. And then, because he failed to get rid of me, he sent the Guardia Civil. They came 2 days later. And when I said, what's this about? I said, this is private land. You shouldn't be here. This is private. The guy, I said, El Jefe, Policia Local Jefe, proved it. And they said, yeah, we know. That's why we're here. And this is the one where the guy had a big rubber truncheon up his back, and the other one, so the one with the rubber truncheon distracted me over there, and the other one walked up here and stuck his arm inside the tent and videoed all around to have a look in my tent. Private property. Under Spanish law, a guy like me living in a tent like this has the full rights of a home. This is my home. You can't come in here, you can't search here, you can't video here without a fucking search warrant. This is my home. Which is why, when they stole all the belongings from just outside my tent, and I was telling them about curtilage, the area immediately proximal to your home. So think about like your driveway or your front garden, your doorstep. Not only can you not be arrested in your home without a warrant, you can't be arrested on your doorstep or on your front porch or back porch. These things are classed as part of your home. So when they stole all my belongings from within a few meters of my doorway, it's wrong. And I think they know that, and that's why they now don't hassle me. The last time I had cops come along trying to demand ID and things, I said, on private land. And they went, because that's a public thing. Out in public, they can demand papers. Papers, please. Again, because of that fascist history. Spain, you have to, everywhere you go, you have to carry your national ID card. Spanish people they just do this routinely. They hand it over in shops and things. They go to the post office to collect their post, and they're handing over a fucking ID card. Papers, please, at the post office. But at any time in the street, a policeman can just ask for your papers. Interestingly, the UK government tell you not to carry your passport. Don't take your passport with you. Don't take it to the beach. Don't take it to bars. Spanish police say you have to have it. And I argue, I've had this multiple times in the past when I did have a passport, but I didn't have it with me. Take it up with my government. I don't own my passport. You don't. If you read the terms and conditions in the back of your passport, you don't own it. You apply for it and pay an application fee, and it is granted to you by the government, but it says property of HM government must be returned, if found, must be returned to HM government, etc., etc. I don't own I tell them, look, that passport's not mine. It's the UK government's, and they tell me I can't bring it out with me when I go out for a drink. And they say, but it's the law. I said, well, I'll tell you what, get your government to contact my government and argue about it. Leave me the fuck out of it. I've sat in the back of a police car saying that. They'll let me go, because what else could they do? It's a good, solid legal argument. The terms and conditions of the passport specifically say this shit. Don't take it with you to the swimming pool. Don't take it to the beach. Don't take it when you're out in bars. Basically don't carry it. Put it in the safe in your hotel room is the common advice. Don't take it with you. Don't carry it with you. When the Spanish police say, but it's the law, I'm like, okay, that's your law. But I don't own my passport. The government do, and here are their rules. And if you want to argue about it, go tell them. Scrolling? No, there is no scrolling to be done. Okay, you all shut up on me. I just switched to top chat and back to live chat just to make sure. If you remember the other day, I was an hour behind, and I thought I was at the end, and I did this refresh thing, and suddenly there was another hour's worth of comments. I haven't got through them yet, folks. I will go back. I haven't had chance to. Well, I guess I've had chance to listen to the other nights. I just haven't done it yet. I will listen to Friday nights at some point, and that extreme jumping about that was causing me to not be able to follow chat. I do apologise. It's not my doing. But if there's any particularly interesting topics or anything there that needs follow up, I will get to it. I promise. I actually need to watch the Sunday night before last Sundays as well. I'm behind with my viewing. Which is strange because I do like to watch me. I might have mentioned this once or twice. I do enjoy watching this guy. He's quite good, isn't he? So yeah, to answer Atari's question, the Guardia and the Policia Local have left me alone this last, it's probably 18 months now, folks. They came and delivered some paperwork that I still never read, and I had two pairs of cops turn up the same weekend, basically, trying to demand ID and telling me I can't camp here. And I answered in my usual blunt way, I'm not camping. Camping is a leisure activity undertaken by people for a weekend or a week as a part of a holiday or a leisure activity. This is survival. I've got nowhere else to be, no resources, no money, no government support. Your own fucking head of welfare came along like a bitch and got me arrested and got me a criminal record instead of offering help when he'd been sent here specifically by the mayor to see what help he could give. Not camping. And then they ask, how long have you been here? Thinking I'm going to say 3 days, a week. 3 years. It was 3 years at the time. It's now 3.5. And then they do the ID. And they're on and I tell them I haven't got any. It was ruined when the field flooded. They get on the walkie-talkie. Inundation, no passaporta. And I think the people back at base, oh, it's him. I think it's that. I think they just go, oh no, leave him alone. And they tried telling me I had to get ID and demanding ID, and I just, what? Private land? Tierra privada? No. And off they go. Oh, they tried to cop-splain. But you must get ID soon. You can't live forever with no ID. Okay. That's very generous of you. How much are you going to contribute towards the cost of a new passport? Can I have it sent to your address? Will you bring it to me after it arrives? I deliberately now, when someone gives me an instruction like that, you must do this, you must do that, I interpret it as an offer of help from them. Oh, that's very generous of you. You're willing to pay the whole lot, or are you just making a contribution towards? I obviously haven't got an address. Can I have it sent to yours? Will you bring it to me after it arrives? Cheers. You've got to be a sarcastic cunt sometimes. Got stopped in a Tory rental car, interrogated by Sarge in Spanish while two stood there, well able to speak English. That's another common tactic. It's a lot like the French with the Gallic shrug. You can say something almost perfect in French, but just get that little bit off, or you get your le and la the wrong way around, and suddenly they don't know what you mean. Yeah, the Spanish can play at that game. For me, the deep gravelly male voice, all fast, all deep, all gravelly. You can't pick out you might know lots of Spanish words, but you can't pick out a single fucking word. Otra vez? Por favor, repete. One more time. Repeat, please. Yeah, no, mate. You're going to have to go slower. Más lentamente. Slower, por favor. Más lento. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how you can be close but not quite, and they're just not gonna get it, and they're gonna speak at 500 miles an hour. Some of them just have no concept that you're trying to communicate in another language. Maybe use smaller words. Maybe pause in between individual words so that I've got a chance to pick out where you're going. If I could hear it, I could understand it. I have, I had quite an extensive Spanish vocabulary. I'm better at reading it than I am at hearing it, and I'm better at hearing it than I am at speaking it. My translation all goes one way. Trying to construct a sentence and go the other way, I've got a few stock phrases, and I sometimes you can swap out a word from a stock phrase and go with a different phrase just by swapping out a verb or whatever. But they don't help. They don't slow down. They don't break up the individual words from the stream of. So you get and then they have this thing where they treat you like you're an idiot because you don't speak Spanish fluently. You're an idiot. And they just have that. And it's like, fuck off. I'm probably more intelligent than you cunts, but I'm trying to do it in another language, which I admit to not being very good at. Whilst the Sarge roared at me in Spanish demanding paperwork, yeah. I think they were looking for a few euros. Well, that's the other one, isn't it? The corruption, certainly in the past, I would say in the 80s and 90s, corruption was endemic. I think that's been tackled to a large extent now. But you never know whether they're trying to tease you into making the offer and then they do you for trying to bribe a police officer, because that's a crime in and of itself. So sometimes they might just be trying to egg you on in that direction, make you think that's what they want. For my money, it's not worth the risk. But I've heard other people, go that way and get away with it. Who knows? I don't know. I am at the bottom of I have caught up with chat, which is quite impressive for me. I am usually at least an hour behind. Then again, it has been a quiet night, folks. I'm pretty sure that at the end of this, my viewing hours won't be that high. I only got 45 viewing hours for Friday night's stream. That was 4 hours. So that means that for 4 hours, on average, there was only 10 people watching. I think tonight's been even lower. 10's like at the top end of things. It's been a really slow night for viewers. I don't know if I've offended people with something I said the other night. I can think of something I said the other night that would offend people. Some people. But then I always say the things, don't I? I always walk that line. Nobody should really take offense at it. Take a gatepost instead. Okay, folks, I think I'm going to go to the little boy's room. I'm going to hit mute on the microphone because it's only over there. I'll be back in 2 minutes. We're coming up on 3:15 on the timer here, not so much the clock. I'm going to pause. I will be back within 2. I'm back. Sorry about that, folks. Call of nature. These things happen every now and again. Like I said, most of today it was every half hour, but I just gone 3.25 hours. That's not bad by my standards. The second beer's going down faster than the first one did. What was the first one? 2.5? Okay, folks, talk to me. I had a thought before. What was I thinking before? Oh, do you remember my tennis racket of death? Did you ever try any fishing since you're close to the beach? Says Atari. I did, mate. I did. A gent, Andy from Hill. Oh, not Hillcroft Farming. Gosh, Andy. So Scottish couple in Spain came by and interviewed me one time, and then they came back, and he brought this gent from a local farm. Might be too grand a word, although I think it's in the name of the place. Hillmount Farm, Hillcroft Farm. Oh, I'm sorry, Andy. I'm sorry. This gent called Andy had got some fishing rods he wasn't using. I think he was using them like as bendy things in the wind to kind of scare rabbits away or crows or whatever. And he brought 2 rods, and there was a guy in the field here with me, Joby, who was in another part of the field. Now, Joby had done fishing in the past, but only river fishing, like tranquil little UK rivers. And we got these 2 rods, and we went down and tried fishing in the sea. We both had no idea. He was out of his depth. The sea here there's a lot of rocks, there's a lot of seaweed and vegetation, and it's quite tempestuous. It's white water, when the waves are slapping about on the rocks and things. Every time we cast off, we ended up having to cut away. We were just losing hook and line. We had to it was getting caught up in rocks and in vegetation. We just had to keep it. Not a good spot for people that don't know what they're doing. So we tried it, but no, didn't work out. So good question though, thank you. What I was about to say, if you were here in the past, I had a tennis racket of death, electric fly I always say fly swatter. But you can just turn it on, and so you can press the trigger and wave it around through a cloud of flies and get them, or you can just stand it up, and the blue light's supposed to attract them, and you get these pops. I plugged it in and tried it the other day, and I've got an issue with it where I'm not quite sure how this thing works. There's 2 outer meshes, which I think are just for protection, stop you getting your finger. I did get myself a burn. Which finger was that? I did get myself a burn because I was trying to fix this. When I turned it on, it's like bang, 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 bang. And what I think's happened, I'm not sure if the actual mechanism, is it two meshes, and when a fly gets in, it bridges between the two, the positive and the negative, and makes it work, and fries the fly. So there's 2 outer meshes which are for protection, stop your fingers getting in. Are there 2 meshes inside, or is it just one? I'm not sure. So either, if it is 2 meshes inside, something's got bent into the other and is in like permanent contact. That's one possibility, that it's kind of shorting and sparking based on that. The other is, if it's just one mesh, maybe the mesh got broke, and like the 50,000 volts or whatever it is arcing from one piece of metal to the other because they're snapped but close by each other. I can't quite work out what's going on in there, but I think it's bust. I don't think I can repair it. I had to go at bending things apart and seeing but you're sticking bits of metal into something that's 20,000 or 50,000 volts, very low amps. You know what I mean? The low. It's however these fly swatters work. It's my tennis racket of death. But it was great last year. I was going to use it this year. I think it's broken. I don't think, without knowing what to do to try and repair it, and without knowing, I don't know what to do to repair it if I don't know how it's working. Maybe I can get the camera on and I can zoom in and magnify and see what's happening. Maybe. Zoom in, record it, and then play it back in slow motion. Maybe. I don't know. But because I've got quite a lot of food in here now, undoubtedly, something will go off in the bottom of a bag. In fact, stuff already has. Bread that was dropped off the day before yesterday was already mouldy this morning. At least that lets you know it was real bread. It wasn't supermarket sliced white, which lasts forever. Certain hot dog buns never go off. Never ever. Nothing in nature will touch that shit. We've discussed this many times in the past. So yeah. Okay folks, I got just over another half an hour to try and get to the 4-hour mark if we want to have the the stream available on kind of replay with any kind of speed. If I get to 4 hours, it'll be processed within half an hour, and all the chat replay and everything will be available for anyone else who comes along in the night. If we don't make it to 4 hours, and numbers are quite low, there's only 6 of you out there, and nobody's hitting the thumbs up, which is a little bit disheartening. But if we don't make it to 4 hours, then we'll have to wait until, 9 o'clock tomorrow night before it'll be available for people to watch properly with chat replay and with all of the different resolutions. All of the post-processing that YouTube do, for me, I have to hit the 4 hour mark. Otherwise, it's 15 or 16 hours. So if you can help me just hang on for another half hour. I tell you what I can do. I can talk you through my week. We were going to do this a few hours ago. We never got there. Let me entertain you. Let me bring up my notes app. Where are we? Oh, it's been slow. Does it need to synchronize with another device? Maybe. It says not, but maybe it does. I will give you a quick rundown of the week's events, and I will thank, from last weekend, I will thank Frank for the PayPal donation, David for a PayPal donation. I will thank Tom for the food he dropped off here, Nicole for the dog treats. She came and brought me a bag of doggy treats for Tina. Mark for the 2 or 3 bags of food that he brought, including cauliflowers and cabbages and potatoes and the I forgot the word, calzone, yeah, like a pizza folded in half. So a semicircle bread with all the pizza stuff on the inside. Calzone, I think that's what it's called. And also, I think Mark, there was some meat in there as well. I want to thank George and Jill, who stopped by just to say hello. George came by last year. He came by just to say hello a few days ago, and then yesterday, oh gosh, was it yesterday? It might have been Friday. Me and Tina were here asleep on the bed. I didn't hear anyone pull up. Tina starts barking, and I'm like, Tina, shut up. And then he was at the door. He'd brought me a kebab. I think I mentioned it on Friday, so it must have been Friday afternoon. Yeah, thank you for that, George and Jill. Then a lady called Veta stopped by. Just a lady randomly just walking down the path. I happened to be in the field, and she said, "Oh, are you living here?" And I, yeah. How long have you been here? Like 3.5 years, nearly 4 years. Oh, okay. And she gave me some pastries. She had a bag of churro. I think it was churros with the little sauce. Not chocolate. It was strawberry or something like that on this occasion. But she also gave me a financial contribution. So Veta, thank you. Austrian lady, if I remember correctly. Then there's Josie and Peter, who came by with, I think, 3 carrier bags of food and a whole sack of dog food, like a whole fuck-off sack. The one that the rat was trying to nibble on when I left it outside overnight. But thank you, Josie and Peter. Thank you. You know Josie from chat. She hasn't been in a little while, I don't think, but a lovely couple. My mate Anthony stopped by on Friday and in chat, and he sent me a donation, PayPal. And UK Richie, thank you, my friend, as always. He's a little bit too frequent with his donations. I've had to tell him to slow his roll. And then my friend Colleen, who stopped by, this would be yesterday morning, I believe, with a newspaper. She brings me a newspaper, or sometimes 2, every week. This week only 1, because one of them wasn't published. One of them wasn't printed. Something went wrong somewhere in the process. But thank you to all you guys. Yeah. So that's Frank, David, Tom, Nicole, Mark, George and Jill, Vector, Josie and Peter, Anthony, UK Richie, and Colleen. Thank you, folks. Let me scroll back to the beginning of the week if I can find it, and we'll just have a quick run through. I'll try and keep it quick. So we'll start, where should we start? Monday or maybe last Sunday? Okay, we'll start with last Sunday. Well, Sunday evening. Did a TrampCast Hangout. If you were there, you were there. The big spider on the fucking wall and above me. Big spider. Got attacked by spiders. As soon as we finished, the one on the ceiling dropped down and came and got me. I got 4 donations that evening. I still got to clarify this. I want to make sure that nobody's made a mistake. 2 people each sent 2 donations on the same evening. My working theory is that they sent like a small donation, and then I said something, I dropped a hint maybe about how I was in a bit of a hard place. I was stuck. I had no money in PayPal. I had 20 euros in PayPal. 18.50 was going to go out on my phone bill, and that was all I had. No cash on my card, no cash in my pocket, and only just enough in PayPal to pay my phone bill. So maybe people sent a small donation and then followed up with a second one when they heard. I'm not sure. I've got to get back to people. I'm behind. Anyway, so over that night, I was attacked twice by spiders. Into Monday. Woke up late with Tina. I really couldn't open my eyes. I'd been awake late doing the TrampCast, and then I'd stayed awake afterwards. And when I woke up in the morning, I couldn't really wake up and get up properly. So it was 9 o'clock before I eventually woke to my girl, which is a bit bad. I set my solar panels up for the day and found a way to simplify. I've been moving a chair. I've been rotating a chair and leaning the panels against the chair, fairly upright to begin with, and then giving them a bit of a slope, and then moving them around as the day went. And I was moving the chair and the panels. I realized I don't need to. I just turn the chair halfway, and I can lean the panels and just move the panels around and not be messing about. So I found a way of simplifying my workflow for the day. I know it sounds silly. My main task in a day is managing solar power. Have I got enough? Can I run the fridge freezer? Have I run it too much? Have I run it down? Do I need to turn the fridge freezer off? Do we need to move the panels around? All that all day. Sounds silly, sounds like something and nothing, but it's not. So this Monday afternoon is when I paid my, I put 15 euros on my Libara account. Cost me 18 euros to do it, 18 and a half. 18.48, I think it is, because I have to go through a third party. Libara used to accept PayPal, now they don't, so I have to go through, what's it called? Not refund.me, topup.me, no, there's a name. Anyway, I have to go through a third party. I have to pay PayPal fees to send the money across. I have to pay them a fee, and they send it there. It's all a little annoying. That I should be able to put the PayPal on my card and just pay by card. Something goes wrong between my card and the Libara, and nobody will tell me whether it's the card. Is it the card and the bank stroke card processor that's rejecting making the payment, or is it Libara that's rejecting the payment? No one will tell me. And so it's costing me three and a half euros extra each month. Mighty fucking annoying. Anyway, after I'd made that payment, I slept all morning and half the afternoon. I was so sleep deprived in the run up to last weekend. We'd had bad weather, if you remember, and I'd been awake listening to storms and things for big chunks of time. Yeah. I walked Tina at one point and came back, and there was dog treats lying on the floor, like sprinkled. I've only gone 30, 40, 50 meters down the path. I don't know how someone snuck into my tent without me knowing. Now, obviously, friendly. I think I know who it was. It's just a little bit disconcerting that someone managed to sneak right up to my tent, drop some. They could just as easily have come in the tent and taken something and gone, and I would never have known until I saw whatever was gone. So that's a little bit disconcerting, but you know. Fortunately, it was friendly. Someone dropping off some treats for Tina. Whoops. Yeah, mystery dog treats. So that was Monday into Tuesday. Again, overnight, Monday night into Tuesday, 2 more spiders attacking me. And literally, they run up the bed and they run over me. I look down and there's a spider there, that. Are you okay for resources this week? Hold on, I've missed a comment. Opened one once, 2 meshes. Yeah, so maybe something's got bent and pinched together, and I maybe need to stick a screwdriver in and separate the 2 meshes. Scratch the surface, and most people are still kind, contrary to what's portrayed in the media. I'm a general believer in that idea. Most people have a good heart and will help if they're in a position to, and I rely on that. You get the odd ones, usually kids or stupid people, kids and drunks, kids throwing stones, drunks who want to fight in the night, gays who walk in the tent wanting sex randomly. But most people, yeah, no, people have a good heart. I get a lot of help from a lot of different people. This is true. Okay, Tuesday. Weather forecast says clear skies all day, except potential cloud a little bit around midday. So that's good. We're gonna fully top everything up. I start the day and one of the eco flows is only on 40%, so we have to get that up. And my thoughts was I was gonna cook something in the slow cooker if I get things fully charged and it's a sunny day. But that didn't happen. My friend Tom turned up, and it was one of his last days in the country, and he brought a huge empanada, which we split between us, and we sat outside and ate that. So there's no need for me to cook. This is something else that happens, folks. I get it into my head, I'm going to cook. And then either the wind howls and I can't cook on the gas, or the cloud comes over and I can't cook with the slow cooker, or someone turns up with food and there's no need to cook. So thank you, Tom. Also, not only did he come along with food, he often comes along with food. Sometimes he'll bring a beer, not on this occasion. But as well as an hour and a half's company, and a sit and a chat, he gave me a very generous donation before leaving the country. And ordinarily, I would argue about the amount. But as I was mentioning some moments ago, a week ago, I had not, I was on the cusp of having nothing. Basically, my last 20 euros was going to go on my phone bill. So the Sunday night, a few donations from people, and then Tom, actual cash in hand. So thank you, Tom. I don't know if you'll see this. He doesn't really like my 3, 4, 5 hour programs. He'll watch the first 10 or 15 minutes, I think, sometimes. He prefers my actual videos. I should start doing more little videos. Or maybe I should start making snippets of these again and putting out shorter summaries. But thank you, Tom. Thank you. He was going home a couple of days later. Won't see him again until November. You know, when it gets hot in Spain and people just don't, he suffers with the heat. Can't be doing that. Same day that Tom was here with the food, so a couple of days before he left, my mate Ismo was starting his journey from Finland. He's driving here. So car ferry across from Finland to God knows where, somewhere in Germany, I think, and then a really long drive through Germany, France, and into Spain, dropping his brother off in Barcelona and then driving down here. Took him a good 2 or 3 days, I think 3. And well, we'll get there. We'll get there. I won't get ahead of myself. This is Nicole, a lady that fell in love with Tina when we used to sit on the cliff tops back in my early days of being homeless. Nicole would be sat there quite often as well on the next bench. She fell in love with Tina. She used to own a dog. Not hostel, that's not the right word. She used to own kennels when people went on holiday, I think, and they left their dogs. So she's a real dog lover. And eventually she got her own dog, but in the meantime she kind of adopted Tina, and now she knows where we are here. She comes by, and this is the lady who brought dog treats. I think that was later in the week. I think let me just read back. Hold on. Oh no, that was this Tuesday. Okay, that's when she gave me the bag of dog treats. She just turned up at the door of the tent here while we were in, and offered me the. She gave Tina a few treats and then gave me the rest of the bag, a brand new bag. So that was a good one. Into Wednesday. So the Tuesday night into Wednesday, another spider dropped down from the ceiling right onto me. I heard a plop, and I thought, here we go. I'll look around, and then there it is, the beast with 8 fingers kind of thing. That was a little bit. Let me keep going. That was. So we're on Tuesday into Wednesday, yeah? Okay, so I said I'd paid money onto my Libara account a day or two earlier. Tuesday into Wednesday, so 12:30 Wednesday morning is when it actually renews. And I get the bing bongs and it plinks and the payment goes through. It's a weird setup. You kind of run an account with Libara, and you put money in that account, and then when it's due, they take what they want out of your Libara account. So I guess in theory you could pay 6 months worth or a year's worth. You could pay it all and it just sits there in an account, and they just take the monthly amount each time. Anyway, 2 o'clock in the morning I walked Tina. Oh no, sorry, not 2. I'm misreading. 7 o'clock the next morning, Wednesday morning. I'm walking Tina, and this is where suddenly, this happens occasionally, very occasionally. Normally we just go to the end of the road here, or we go to the top of the road, up to the main road, and back. This time we went what was meant to be a short walk, because I just wasn't in the mood. We get to the bottom of the road here, and Tina wants to go further. Suddenly she's off. I'm carrying the back end as I do, and she wants to go to the cliff tops. If I'd known that, I'd have taken my phone. We could have done a sunrise video. Well, it was just above. The sun comes up at the minute about 6:45 in the morning. 7 o'clock. We're just a little late. It was just above the horizon. If we could have gone 10 minutes earlier, and I could have taken my phone, we could have done a sunrise video. But it's random when Tina suddenly feels like going further. Normally we get halfway to the bottom of the road and she's trying to turn around and come back, and I have to make her just do that extra little bit. Normally my attitude is it's her walk, she's in charge. We go the direction she wants to go, we go the distance she wants to go. Occasionally I have to jeer along and make her go a little bit further. But this time she was off. She was trotting. She ran, basically, well, not ran, but she wanted to go to the cliff tops. So the cliff tops we went. Now we came back here, and about half an hour later, Mark turns up with a bag of veg. Sweet potatoes, carrots, onions, cabbage and cauliflower. Then there was a bag of salad with lettuce, cucumber, tomato, bell peppers, etc. Sweet corn, corn on the cob. And then I think he went back again, and he came back later with another set. So we got 2 trips from Mark. That was his last. He didn't know whether he was leaving the country that day or not. His family, he had family and guests here, and there'd been some sort of mix-up with his plane tickets. He'd booked a plane ticket, but when he checked online, it wasn't there. So we had to get in touch with him, I guess, and find out whether he's going back or not. So he made one trip here, went back, sorted something out, came back and said, "Yeah, I'm going. Here's the rest of my stuff." So here we are, folks. Wednesday morning. It's been a busy morning, and it's still only 8:55. Is the note I've written here. So much had happened, and it wasn't even fucking 9 o'clock. I think I just saw Gary arrive. Hello, Mike, Tina, and all. Hope you have a lovely week. Had a lovely weekend. We had an okay. I mean, nothing spectacular. The weather's been nice generally. We kept the power topped up. We've been here. It's getting very warm. Tomorrow morning, I'm dragging my fan out of storage. I got a full length, a big tall. What would you call it? A stand fan? I don't know what you call it. The best fan I ever had was like a column. Chunky, right, and it was the inside of the column. The whole thing rotated with the blades, and that moved a lot of air. But that got smashed up. It kept falling over. This is just like a desk fan that spins around, but on top of a full-length column. But I've got to fix the stand, the base that the stand stands on, clicks into. It's getting very warm now through the day, and it's going to get warmer on the evenings now. But it's been a good weekend in general. Yeah. People brought me lots of food. People brought me Josie and Peter brought me a tray of beer as well as all the food that they brought. So they brought 3 bags of food, a full sack, and I think it's 18 kilograms at the minute, the bag. They move up and down over time. I think it's 18 kilograms of dog food and a tray of beer, which I'm just finishing off. It's the tripod at the minute. I'm 1.5 beers into the 4 beers that are left. Let me just finish the week. I think we're on Wednesday, yeah? We're on Wednesday morning. I'll finish Wednesday, we'll have a break, and then I'll do the other half of the week a little bit later. Okay, so Mark, this is where Mark came back. Okay, so he brought 3 bags of food in the first trip, went home, sorted his tickets out, came back, and this is where he brought a lot of fridge stuff. 2 sticks of butter, 2 lots of cream cheese, like your Philadelphia's or whatever, hummus, some cheese, aioli, the pizza thing, the calzone, I think it's called, I was talking about earlier. Basically a pizza folded in half, a pizza sandwich, a pizza pocket. I'm not sure what you call it. There was ice cream, Viennetta. Oh, that didn't last long. That didn't go in the freezer. No. That evaporated. But then there's some ham on, and then there's some pork bits, some cooking meat. I had to have because of all this. I had to have a clear out of my fridge, and I had a couple of items buried in the bottom. There's always a couple of items gone bad in the bottom, including a tub of margarine that kind of turned to cheese. Even though it's been kept cold, it's just been there too long and gone that kind of, I don't know. Have you ever had margarine when it goes off? Margarines and butters, when you've had them too long, they kind of get that cheesy taste. It's nasty. It's a bit acrid. It's not a great taste. So I had to clear out of my fridge freezer, and like I said, I've now got, as a follow-up, I've got the use of 2 cool boxes here at the minute. Just, the ones you take camping, not electric or anything, just stick some ice in them and stuff. I've got bottles of water in the bottom of my freezer. I've got those plastic water-filled things that you pack a cool box with. I'm going to have to run a separate cool box and keep chilling these water bottles and things and maintain I can't sit here with 6 or 7 shopping bags full of food just in the floor of the tent. It's just going to go bad. So some of it is like meats, cooked meats, cheeses. Just haven't got room in the fridge or freezer. Run a separate cool box and do that. But that's for tomorrow. That's one of my jobs for tomorrow. So I had to clear out of the fridge, as I said. Just after lunchtime on this Wednesday, I spotted the weather forecast for Friday. One app was showing thunder and lightning, and the other was just showing rain for all afternoon. All afternoon and evening up to 10 p.m. That was a shock. Especially, what day did this all burst? We're not there yet, or are we? Yeah, we are, this day. Strong winds, folks. My not tarpaulins, they're ground sheets. They all burst. Well, the one at the far end is just, it's gone. I mean, it's hanging off the other edge, so it's blocking the sun from the south end of the tent, but the roof is now exposed, and my tent is no longer waterproof. So when it rains, if it rains, it's just going to come in. I do have one more ground sheet. The only other plastic cover to my neck. It's 5.5 meters by 2.5. I don't think that's quite wide enough to cover the roof. I mean, 5.5 will just about cover it lengthwise, and the tarp, or the ground sheet at this side, is sort of a little bit okay for another few weeks. The other one went out first. That was on for a month before this one came out. So this one's got maybe a month before it falls apart. The 5.5 meter by 2.5 will be an okay. That'll do an okay job. But it's bright blue. The ones I've got on at the minute are a grey green. They're a dull green. And everyone said, when I put them on, everyone said, good colour, good colour. If I now stick a fuck off bright blue tarp on, again, it's a ground sheet, not even a tarp. We looked on Friday, if you were here on Friday, we looked up the difference between ground sheet and tarp. Tarps are thicker and harder wearing. Anyway, so when I see that there's rain coming on the Friday and I've got this exposed roof that is porous, I'm not happy. Chased the sun just to top up the EcoFlows. I'd not got them fully charged. I was just coming in from managing the EcoFlow, chasing the sun. So basically putting the solar panel off that side of the field, facing the sun there to top up. I was just coming in when I waved at a car and then it stopped, and I thought, oh shit, I'm in trouble. What's going on? This was George and Jill. The couple that they're leaving next week, and I think they must have just been passing. They stopped to say hello and ask if I needed anything, and their son Darren chats in live stream sometimes. Apparently, I remember someone saying you chatted with my dad. Oh, we disconnected and it didn't auto reconnect. I had to do it manually. That's going to knock my clock off a little bit. So when it's saying 3 hours 53 here, I probably need to do an extra minute or two once we hit 4 hours. Anyway, folks, yeah, that's George and Jill stopped by, asked if I needed anything, and said they were going to come by. He told me he was going to bring me a kebab at some point, and also maybe drop some stuff off before they leave during this upcoming week. And as I've said already, he did actually come by one day and bring that kebab, I think on the Friday. This is the night though, Wednesday, we're still talking about Wednesday. Wednesday night, 11:30, movement inside the tent. I thought I was hearing things at first. I thought it was plastic. I thought it was the wind running down the tent. But no, something was fucking in here. So I got on the edge of the bed, I got my phone, and I got the torch ready to go on but didn't put it on. I got out of the bedroom door, turned it on, and I just saw the back end of something fucking scurry off to the left. I think it was bigger than a mouse, let me put it that way. I caught movement, I didn't specifically see, it's not like I saw a long fucking bare tail, but I think it was bigger. Mice, you kind of don't hear. This thing didn't care it was making a noise. This was bolder. And it got stuck in the gutter off to the left, and it was trying to get out of the exit where the solar panel cables come in. That there's a zip, and the zip was wide open. So I think he's come in, crawled up the cables, and in. And when I shone the light, he's trying to get back out the same fucking way. So now I've got that drawn shut. I've repositioned mouse traps, but my traps are for mice. I don't know that they would get one of the big ones, whose name I dare not speak. Voldemort. No, Rattus. So yeah, a little bit later the same night, there was noise out here, this side. I had a couple of rubbish bags out here waiting to go away, and something was in those. Same, I think it's the same chap, the same little fucking Rattus. So that's the end of Wednesday, folks. That's just done up to Wednesday. I'll leave it there for now. We'll do Thursday, Friday, and the weekend momentarily. Have a little break. We're coming up on 4 hours, but we're not there yet. Maybe we can do 4.5 if you stick with me while I recount the events of the week. I don't know if this is boring for you or not, but I like to just tell you what's happened. I talk in general on the Friday, the highlights of the week, but when I've got the notes actually in front of me, more things, I was going to say come to mind. They're not really coming to mind. I'm reading them off the page. But I get a little bit more in depth. I don't miss things. I make sure to thank everybody who's helped me this last week. It's been ever such a turnaround, folks. From a week ago, where I had nothing, where I had 20 euros in PayPal, nothing on my card and nothing in my pocket, to now, where I've got a good amount of money in my pocket, a decent amount, enough to get by in PayPal. I haven't got anything on my card yet. I'll need to speak. I'm going to have a word with Karen tomorrow. Move some of the PayPal pretend money onto my tap and go, whatever it's called, card, and then it's a bit more useful. There's not a lot I can do with actual PayPal on per se. I pay my phone bill, get stung. I can put some on my card and then use the card in the supermarket or in the Chino Bazaar. At the minute, I got so much food and stuff out here. There's not a lot I really need from anywhere. I can't imagine going to the supermarket for anything at the minute. There are a few things that would make life a little bit easier. Maybe from the Chino Bazaar. Some kitchen weight scales, but these are all like 20 euros. Temu, I can get kitchen weight scales for what, 3 euros, 4 euros? I think that's even with a battery. That'll come with a either a, is it a CR2032? Is that the little watch battery? Well, it's a fairly big watch battery actually. Either scales that run off that or that run off a AA or a AAA. So maybe a Temu order is in order at some point soon. I don't know. So kitchen scales. I need a new pair of shoes. My shoes are falling apart. And then my last pair, there was a time when I had like 6 pairs of shoes. And when my last proper pair that had lasted forever, when those eventually fell apart, the sole literally fell off in the field. I was walking about thinking, something's wrong. I didn't realize it had literally come off, like my walking boots, trainer style walking boots. I had like 6. I quickly went. I put another pair of shoes on. They fell apart within a week. I put another pair on. They didn't fit. These were all 42, 43, or 44, which normally 42s fit 43, a little bit more leeway. 44, a little bit large, but wearable. As long as I'm not traipsing off for kilometres and kilometres, or miles and miles. But I'm down to my last pair of shoes, and they are falling apart. So I was pondering earlier whether to buy some sandals for summer, up at the Chino Bazaar. I'm in two minds whether to just buy another pair of trainers or whether to get sandals. If I wear sandals and I get any kind of scratches or something from the bushes or trees around here, I'll have the flies all over me like last year, and I'll end up in a mess again. Unless I do socks and sandals, like Linus Tech Tips. Linus. I don't know, folks. I don't know what else. I was making a list before of things that I not need. Need isn't the right, like kitchen scales. Who needs kitchen scales? They're just handy if you're trying to do baking, if you're trying to make bread or cakes or certain cookery things. It's just art. You just throw it together as more or less this measure, more or less that. When it comes to baking, you're a bit more. It's a bit more chemistry. It's a bit more weight scales and test tubes. And as you know, I like to do the odd little bit of cookery on my channel. So yeah, a €3 set of weight scales, kitchen scales, would be good. I'm sure there are other things. But the more I buy, the more I have to store. And the more I become cramped for space. So it's an issue. It's an issue. I don't know. So that was Gary arriving. That was the last message, yeah. Hello, Mike, Tina, and all. Hope you had a lovely weekend. We did, my friend. We did. Hope you did. How are things in South Africa? I still can't get that pronunciation right. CR2032, yeah, oh yeah, the old PC BIOS as well, wasn't it? Yeah, yeah. Keep the clock going while the machine's not powered. That's right. Store the BIOS, keep the clock, keep the time going. And when that ran out and your machine started playing up when you rebooted, well, it was worse before they went for the watch battery. When they had the shit that was soldered on. And that went, then your motherboard was just fucked. CMOS. What's it stand for? Copper metal oxide system, subsystem, something like that? Or is it complementary metal oxide? CMOS. Do I even remember what BIOS stands for? Basic input output system? Basic doesn't sound right. BIOS. Oh, it's all so long ago, my friend. It's all so long ago. Starting to get cold here. Can't get my doggy's wound to heal because he keeps licking the damn thing. I thought you had the collar of shame, the cone of shame. He's really not enjoying the cone, so I take it off at night and wrap the wound up. Oh, poor little fella. Fella or lass? Did you say he? Hold on. He. Okay, yeah, fella. Yeah, no, they don't like the cone, do they? They don't like the cone. Tina's only had it the once, and that was after she had the snip. Well, it's not just a snip for girls, is it? They take the whole lot out, don't they, for girls? It's a full hysterectomy. In fact, in Spain, when they do the boys, they don't just do a snip. They cut everything off. Yeah, feels quite barbaric. I wasn't happy with myself after we got her the snip, depriving her the chance of being a mother. But I guess you gotta. you can't have all the dogs running around pumping out 8 and 10 pups. It's right on the bend of his arm, so when he walks, it just keeps ripping the wound open. Don't know how it's going to heal. Maybe immobilize the leg. Splint. Keep it. I don't know. I'm spitballing. I don't know. Tina girl, are you chasing the flies? There can't be that many in here. That shake your head when I reach for you. You don't want a cuddle from Daddy. Okay, folks. Let me run through my notes from Thursday onwards, and we'll get you out of here pretty soon. We're on the 4-hour mark, which is what I was kind of stalling for. Unless a load of people arrive and want me to carry on just afterwards. But where did I get to? Did I do Wednesday? Did I do Thursday? I did not. So we did Wednesday. We'd had the rat in the tent on the Wednesday. So Thursday. Tina was a champ. 8 o'clock in the morning, I walked her. She hung on all the way from 1:30. So if you don't know, I try now and walk Tina somewhere between 3 and 5 in the morning. I try and not make her hang on more than 4, maybe 5 hours at a stretch. But I fell asleep and didn't wake up through the night, or at least I didn't stir well enough to take her for a walkies. So she hung on all the way through to 8 o'clock, which is great. After the night before, after the morning before, when I'd missed sunrise by 10 minutes and not had my phone with me, I wanted to get up and do a sunrise video, making it to the cliff, to the cliff tops. But I was been awake well into the night, but not right through. So when my alarm went off, I'd set an alarm to get up and go do a sunrise video. I just knocked it on the head and rolled over and went back to sleep. So that would have been, 6:30 in the morning when the alarm went off. But 8 o'clock when I actually got up properly. Just knocked it on the head. One day I'll do a sunrise video for you folks. I will do you a sunrise video. But that wasn't the one. 10:15 in the morning, my mate Tom arrives. I said before that he'd brought me, we'd had some food a couple of days earlier, but this is him leaving the country. Tom arrives, drops off a bag of goodies, stuff left over from his cupboard and his fridge. He's headed for home a little bit later that day. Won't be back until November, folks. And same day, my mate Ismo is still traveling. He's on his way from Finland through Germany and France. He'd spent the night just the other side of the French border. No, he hadn't. He'd driven. He'd pulled up that morning, Thursday morning, the other side of the French border to try and rest and relax for a few hours after driving all night. Expected to hit Torry Thursday night, probably 10:30, 11:30, somewhere there. This is the day this lady, Veta, was just passing, Austrian lady, who stopped by, gave me some fruit. I forgot about the fruit, apples and pears, and churros, and that's the pastries. Like churros, for anyone who doesn't know, imagine shortbread, but without the sugar. So they're quite, and they're deep fried. So it's quite a fatty pseudo shortbread, but not quite the same. I'm not the biggest fan, to be honest, but put some sugar in it, bake it in the oven, and call it shortbread. Instead, they'll sprinkle the sugar on the outside and then usually dip it in chocolate. But this came with like a strawberry or raspberry jam, some sort of little red jam. Very nice, but just not as nice as shortbread. Ismo was delayed, got caught up in traffic the other side of Barcelona, and was going to arrive later than he thought. He's going to spend the night up the hill here in the Hotel Massa. And when he did arrive, 1 o'clock Friday morning, we're into Friday morning, folks, 1 o'clock. He came here. He passed the hotel and he came here. Pulled up, pulled a beer out of his camping fridge. He's got a fridge, same brand as mine. I can't remember what it's called. Alpicool, maybe. ALPI Cool, COOL. He pulled up here, got a beer out of his cool box, and we stood at the top of the field, me, Tina, and our Uncle Ismo. See that? Did we see Uncle Ismo the other day? We did, didn't we? Uncle Ismo. Not now. A couple of days ago, when he arrived. So we had a beer, 1 o'clock in the morning, top of the field, and then he went back to his hotel. And then he came back down. The next morning, 8:30, 9 o'clock. So this is a sunny morning again, but going to rain all afternoon. This is the one where the forecast said rain all afternoon. We're in Friday. So the weather forecast earlier in the week said rain all afternoon and evening. Spoiler alert, never happened. But I was expecting it and I was worried because my tent is porous and my tarpaulin or ground sheet is bust at that end. Yeah. Not ideal. Also, stuff at that end of the tent is still wet from when it last rained. I want to empty that end of the tent, take everything out, dry it off. I've got a big pallet to put across and I've got some planks to put across. I want to get everything just an inch or two off the ground. Get it out, get it dried. Otherwise, it's going to rot. If it's getting wet, staying wet for weeks, then drying, then getting wet, then dry. That's how rot happens. You can have things permanently wet or permanently dry. You can't have them switch between. If you ever go to the seaside and you see wooden posts that snap off just above the surface of the water, it's that. High tide, wet, low tide, it dries, and that's the point, it rots and snaps. The stuff that's always wet, that's fine. The wood that was always dry would have been fine, except it snapped at that join. Wet, dry equals rot. Totally wet, totally fine. Totally dry, totally fine. Wet, dry, that'll rot. There you go. Now you know, if you didn't already. So we're expecting a busy day. I know that it's expected to rain in the afternoon. I know that Josie and Peter are on the way out of the country that day, so they're going to drop some things off here. And I know that I've got Ismo coming to see me. And let's see what else happens in the day. So Ismo is on site, 9 o'clock, is here. He gifts me I lost track, 4 or 5 finished beers. And, we have one breakfast. I do like a breakfast beer. Not often, don't get me wrong. Special occasion. My mate Ismo has just arrived in the country. He's going to be here till October, probably. A little bit unsure, but probably. And, yeah. So we sit out, we have a little chat, we have breakfast beer, and he gives me a pack of these finished sausages to put in my fridge. And meat, like I say here, meat is a rarity around here. Except I had a sudden glut of it. Mark gave me a pack of meat. I've got some already cooked meat, some ham on serrano and what have you. Josie and Peter, when they stop off later in the day, there's some meat. And Ismo sausages. I'm suddenly overflowing with meat. That's nice. So just a little bit after lunch, so Ismo's here for about an hour and then he leaves to go get his apartment keys. He hadn't arranged all that. Well, he'd arranged it, but he'd not got his keys for his apartment yet. And he's got I think the apartment comes with an underground garage. So that's good because he's driven, like I said, he's driven here. Supposed to rain all afternoon. Josie and Peter stopped by 12:30. It hasn't rained yet. Stop off on the way to the airport, I think, and they've dropped off, like I said, 3 bags of food, including vegetables. There's either a cabbage or a cauliflower in there. There's carrots, there's onions, there's potato, there's all sorts. there's meats, there's what I ate something right there and then on the day, and I can't remember what. Oh, there was some croissants, chocolate stuffed. Well, they were kind of a mix, but yeah, I had the croissants fairly quickly. So that's Joe's Impression, and they brought a big 18-kilogram bag of dog food. So that's thank you, folks. Thank you to Joe's and Peter for that. And yeah, other bits and pieces. Thank you. Supposed to rain all afternoon. 5 o'clock in the afternoon, light spitting, like the lightest of rain. I didn't even bother closing the doors. The doors just stayed open. So because it's an arch, because the tent is like a polytunnel. If rain runs off the side and the doors open, it would just drop inside. But there was so little of it, it just didn't matter. So yeah. And as we watch the forecast, as the afternoon goes by, the forecast rain for the next hour disappears. Still going to rain the hour after, but as you get there, that hour disappears. It just they don't wholesale say, oh no rain. They just say, oh, it's not raining now, so we'll just change the forecast to say not raining for the next hour. It's just that all day. We got next to nothing in the way of rain. And then that evening, I did a 4-hour TrampCast, didn't I? And my notes here from Friday night. It was hell. I managed to keep talking for the 4 hours, but I was in agony at the end. About 15 minutes or 20 minutes in, chat started jumping about and it would jump back or jump down. I couldn't get to where I wanted to be. I was having to hold it. I had my hand out like that for about 3.5 hours. I was in agony by the end. It was hell. So I love you guys. It's not you, but the Amazon chat in the app is just ridiculous once it gets like that. So 4 hours, a little bit over, and a good few rants and some good questions, and I enjoyed the conversation. Just the physical holding the arm out, getting the cramps in the neck and the shoulder, then trying to unwind and lay down at night with the pain in the neck. Yeah. So not your fault, not my fault, but it was a pain. And I haven't managed to watch it back and catch up yet. Finished at just after 2 a.m. Wanted to take Tina for a walk at 3 or maybe 3:30, if you could hold on, to split the night so I didn't have to go again before 7 or 8. But I fell asleep, folks. I didn't take my girl out. I wake up at 8 o'clock the next morning. So get this. She has a bit of an incontinence issue. Most of the time, she can't go more than 4.5, maybe 5 hours at a push. She goes from 9:30 at night through to 8 o'clock the next morning. No problem. What a good girl. Hey, babe. She's a good girl. That I couldn't believe it. When I pulled the covers back, she's got these puppy pads in case of accidents, But she woke me up at 8 o'clock whimpering and nudging me with her nose. Get up, wake up, take me out, you bugger. So I got straight up, and as soon as I could get my eyes open and pull myself together, I got her up and out. But she'd gone 10.5 hours and she was clean and dry. Good doggy. And a little bit later, Colleen called round and brought me a paper and her a chicken carcass. I forgot about that. I don't think I said. All right, I've got Colleen listed in the thank yous. I did say thank you earlier, but I think I only said thank you for the paper. I forgot about the chicken carcass. Sorry, Colleen. I know you don't watch this, but maybe Mark can tell you if he watches. So yeah, Saturday, folks, and we're into the weekend, and it's the weekend. I got food. I had some beers, and it's been good weather-wise. A little bit too warm. Last night was when the rat attacked. I'd left the dog food outside. I thought I could just store it in the shade. But no, I could hear something pulling at the plastic. And when I went out, the bottom corner's been nibbled. That's not going to be mice. This is big, thick plastic. Ratus. So I had to bring that in, and I haven't quite sorted out where I'm going to put it yet. I need to move my big chair, my big Queen Anne chair. I need to move that. I need to pull out the dog food that we're using and try and put this in behind it, maybe. And then maybe put a mouse trap at the base of it in case. Because where he's been out here, this door hasn't got a lip. This door is just open to the outside at the base. It's broken because Tina when she used to bum shuffle out and pull herself out, she broke the base of the door. So there's nothing to stop the rat just walking in under the door here. So I'm gonna have to. I don't want to put a trap there though, because when I'm taking Tina in and out, it's an extra step for me to move it. Or maybe I'll step on it in the night and hurt myself. It's vicious. If you look at those traps on Temu, the plastic ones that come down and have interlocking teeth. Plastic. Oh, they are vicious. I once caught the ball of my thumb in one. Don't ask. It hurts to this day. I've hurt something permanently in there because they're so vicious. It's like a man trap, like the bear trap, the metal ones. Like that, but plastic. I don't think we've had any fail. When they've connected with the mouse is dead. There's no death throws, there's no messing about. It doesn't... If it gets it, it's dead instant. That's the weekend, folks, I think. That's just sunny, warm. It's getting really warm. Tomorrow, like I said, I'm going to sort out another cool box for this food, for the food that needs it. And I'm going to get the fan out to help circulate. It's getting warm in the tent through the day. Particularly noticed it after the ground sheet, the tap, split. When we put these taps up and on, it was immediately apparent how much darker and how much cooler it was in here. And now the sun is up high really early in the day, and the roof is uncovered. It gets hot at that end of the tent in particular, but obviously it doesn't take long for it to heat up the whole place. So I want to open these two doors, have a cross breeze across there, but I also need to do something to circulate it in and out of here, in and through here. So I'm going to get my fan out tomorrow. Those are my big jobs for the day. And dig out a pair of shorts out of my clothing box, which, because it gets so heavily covered by anything, I only dip in about twice a year. I think once at the beginning of winter and once at the beginning of summer. I don't even remember what's in there. Those are my 3 jobs for tomorrow. So I guess join me on Friday and find out how well I did with that. I think we can give it another 6 or 7 minutes. I'll take you to the 4.5 hour mark if that's okay with you. Gonna have I'll have a quick scroll and see what I've missed on the bend of his arm. Get a pair of Crocs for summer. I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of Crocs. I've seen people like wade out into the water in them and stuff, but I don't get to do that. It is very rocky here. You can't walk out into the water barefoot. It's rocky with, very sharp stones and things. You're like Robinson Crusoe, in what way? Farmer Fabrizio, how long you been there? 2:25. Oh, that's now. Fabrizio's just arriving. Welcome. Hello, Delta Force Mike. Hello. He welcomes me to my own stream. I was pondering finishing shortly, but I guess if a few more people arrive, we could keep going. But it doesn't. We're only on 13 thumbs up, folks. been a bit slow going on the viewership tonight. I don't know why. Maybe the thumbnail wasn't that enticing. The one the other night was quite good. The 1700 celebration thumbnail I quite liked. I got to mix in the normal TrampCast stuff and something topical. But hey, 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 you're all right, babe. Oh, you're under my arm. No, you're not. You're under my leg. Fucking idiot. Why is your head under my leg? I can't move. Hey, babe. Hey, hey. Oh, let me just. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I had to move you, otherwise you'd have got hurt. I'm sorry. Hey, would have been a nice cuddle ordinarily. Let's just do this as a cuddle. Eh? Let's do this as a cuddle. Maybe we can show you off. What do you think to saying hello to Fama? Say hello to Fabrizio and to Gary. I don't think so. Are you asleep? See? Sorry folks, she's just gone straight back to sleep. I bet if I got one of these digestives out, she'd wake up straight away. Hmm? If I got one of these biscuits out, would you wake up? I'm not actually sure she would. Okay folks, we're on 26. Now you're all caught up. Pounds, oh it jumped. It didn't jump far, but it jumped to the bottom. Pound, smash, poke, prod, press, push, punch, slap, chop, bump, tap, flick, kick, click, lick, rub, slam the like button. And consider subscribing. Farmer says hello, fantastic Tina. She poked her head up. I moved her a little bit because she was right under my leg. She was going to get crushed. And she was going to get moved. Atari's off. Good night, mate. Thank you for joining us tonight. Sunday night into Monday morning. For those of us over here in Europe. Farmer's probably got a little while to go. What are you looking at there? 9:30 at night? Maybe? I'm guessing your time zone. Okay, mate. What kind of weekend you had then, Fabrizio? Did you take part with Big Clive and with Scruff Dog? I was lurking with Clive. I was there for the first half hour, I think, with Scruff Dog, and then I don't know, I wasn't in the mood. I switched. I just went off and watched something else. Apologies to Scruff. You know I can't click that. You get me demonetized again. Not demonetized, what's the word? It was a copyright claim. Not a strike, but if I made any money, they would want it. Yeah, much earlier here than for you. Yeah, I know. I'm just not sure it's your specific time zone. I would guess that you're 6 or 7 hours earlier than me. So whereas I'm 2:30, I guess you're 8:30 or 9:30. But I don't know. 7:30 maybe. 6, 7 hours. You were in the Twitch stream along with Scruff Dog. Yeah, I was in Twitch when I was there. Yeah. I think, was it you or was it Mr. S that gifted me a whatever they call it on Twitch, a subscribe or a join or a membership or whatever it is. So I've got a membership for Scruff Dog, whatever the term is, over on Twitch. It was one of you guys. I think it was a direct. I don't think it was just like a random give it to one person. I think it was direct to me. Zenison or Ed. I thought it was Mr. S, but I don't know. I could be wrong. I often am, apparently. Okay, folks, we're coming up on 4.5 hours. I think I'm gonna draw a line under it. I'll maybe give you another 5 or 10. I'm not gonna do like another quarter of an hour or another half hour. If anybody just wants to hang out for 5 or 10 minutes and chat, I'm here for it, but only for 5 or 10 minutes. And if nobody wants to bother, that's okay. We can wrap it up there. If that's the preferred outcome. I published the stream with hours and hours to spare, and I put out notifications on YouTube and Twitter. We just didn't get the viewership tonight. I don't think we got above 10, or if we did, not for long. Wondering if I offended everybody on Friday night, so nobody stopped by. I couldn't stop talking on Friday. I don't know. I was an hour behind with chat all along, and I couldn't get caught up, and I kept going off on rants. For tonight, I think more will come in. It's a bit late, 4.5 hours in. I know that people like Asmongold and XQC and people like that, they say that it peaks around 4 or 5 hours in. When they're looking at other people's stats, and they start, and immediately they've got the highest viewership of the night, and then it goes across, the graph goes across, dropping down slowly. They say that's a classic sign of botting, of paid viewership. You're supposed to start and build. I mean, it's going to build fairly rapidly initially, but then it plateaus, and then it builds somewhere around 2 hours, and again around 3 or 4 hours. If I got a sudden influx now, if we suddenly had like 12 or 15 viewers, maybe I'd keep going a little bit, try and bump up my viewing hours, because I did a stream, was it last week? And I got about 100 hours of viewership during the stream, and a little bit after I got more. But the one on Friday only got like 45 hours of viewership, I think. I never want to censor you, just maybe no rants if possibly someone offending, but always up to you. I kind of speak my mind, even when it's controversial, when I'm calling myself racist or whatever. When I'm saying the words, I know I'm not racist. I'm not racist with a capital R, but I'm happy to discuss whether or not I'm racist with a small r. Things like that, controversial. Some of the other stuff, the Unite the Kingdom rallies in London this weekend, basically the invasion of Western Europe. It's not just the UK, but the invasion by the boat people. All of these controversial topics, any and all topics, and speak my mind and say the words and do the things. Controversy. And it loses me subscribers. I know it does. That's the reason that I've been hovering around 1690 whatever forever and didn't get above 1700 for so long. And now I'm headed back down towards 1700 and below. It is what it is, folks. It is what it is. I'm going to say what I'm going to say. And people, I don't mind if people disagree. I don't mind if people object. But this idea that you can't have a different opinion from someone else and therefore I must unsubscribe and never talk to you again because we differ on something, I find that mighty childish. And it's so rampant at the minute amongst people. Even people that on first glance appear intelligent and, intelligent and well educated. The two things are different. But then they find out that you. It's like finding out someone supports a different football team and never talking to them again. Oh, I'm a Liverpool fan. Oh, I'm a Man United fan. I'm out of here. I'm never coming back. Okay, fuck off. Um, whatever. I vote for this political party. I prefer that one. I'm out of here. I'm never talking to you again. I find it so childish. My mum and dad supported different political parties, and it wasn't a problem. If my wife had supported a different political party, it wouldn't have been a problem. We differed on certain topics and certain. It's not a problem. Um, Half of Starmer's cabinet have resigned over the last week after the bad election results, the local election results the week before. But there's typical politicking. There's people manoeuvring that they want to be the next prime minister. He was always a sacrificial lamb. Starmer, or the person who resigned. I've got a little fly annoying the shit out of me. I might have to get the fly spray out. Starmer's going to go down in history as probably the most hated prime minister ever. Oh, I must have got you there. No? How do you do that? It was hovering right there. How could I miss? The problem is when it's a mosquito like that, by the time you see it, it's probably already bitten you. I've probably come up with a welt on my arm, on my neck. The worst ones are when it's on your bloody forehead. Get lumps. It's there again, look. That's it, I've had enough. Hold on. Wait a minute now. You're there, I got you. Die, die, die. And again. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, I can aim in your vicinity. I don't have to be too precise with this shit. Oh, did you hear that, farmer? When I hung up the stream last Sunday, we'd had that one there, but the one that had been up here. As soon as I hung up, as soon as I ended the stream, it dropped. It didn't swing down on its thread. It just dropped on me, and I've had 2 a night, every day since, more or less. Oh. Here we go. Hold on. You're at 1700. We're going for 1800 now. Yeah, I was on 1704 a couple of days ago. Somebody resigned from Starmer government, I think, pressuring him to quit. Yeah, I saw that. He's always a sacrificial lamb. Hello, Tom. Yeah, Tom's been in and out, I think, already, but the way I see it, PMs and presidents function to absorb the directed hopes and dreams of their electorate and later their anger. All the energy has to go somewhere. They got wings, Mike, but you have to wait till it lands on your knee, then bring both hands together. Oh, I in summer I get pretty good at plucking them out of the air. I am Miyagi. Last week, I heard one buzzing around my ear, and without turning and looking, I just grabbed, and twice in quick succession, I plucked them out the air and had fly residue in my hand. I Miyagi'd the shit out of it. I've got these tiny little ones around the lamp, which I'm not too bothered about. They're not mosquito. The mosquitoes, you can see the like the proboscis hanging down. These are just more little annoying. Yeah, they're dumb. You can catch them easy enough. Gnats? No, not really. Drunks up on the main road. Sunday night. Who gets drunk on a Sunday night? Sounds aggressive with it. And he's shouting at someone else. As long as he doesn't come down this road. As long as he doesn't come down this road. Okay, folks. I think we're on 4 hours 40. 2:42 on the clock. I thank you all for joining me Sunday night into Monday morning. So we saw the weekend in on Friday night, and we see the weekend out on Sunday night. I thank you very, very much. I will see if my girl is available. I don't think she is because she's dreaming. She's twitching over here. Hi, babe. Oh, yeah. Okay. Just let's see if we can say bye-bye to the folks. Let's see if we can say... Whoa! Oh, it's empty. That's okay. Almost empty. Have I got one left? I think I've got one left over there. Let's have a look here. I'll take the one that's left and put it back in the fridge for tomorrow afternoon, maybe. Oh, that's outside. Okay, folks. Hey, Tina. You gonna look this way? There she is. From Tina. And from me, Delta Mike, out. Catch you later, folks. Thank you.